Recording in progress.
Chair Ebnetter, we're ready to begin.
Thank you. Welcome to this special meeting of the Planning Commission this Tuesday evening, September 26th. Our regular meeting at 7 p.m. has been canceled due to the 6 p.m. start time of this special meeting. I now call this meeting to order. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Ashley, can you please do the roll call?
Yes. Chair Ebnetter,
Present.
Vice Chair Patel,
Present.
Commissioner Nugent,
Present.
Commissioner Wiggins,
Present.
and Commissioner Williams.
Present.
Joining us live from New York this evening is Commissioner Patel. She is at the Dream Downtown New York City Hotel, 355 West 16th Street, New York, New York, 10,011, where an agenda has been posted. The conference ID for this special meeting is 852-7218-6009. The password is 070374. Again, it's conference ID 852-7218-6009, passcode 070374. Good evening and welcome to this meeting this evening. We are able to attend both in person and remotely. For people in the audience, please use the yellow speaker slip for your comments. If participating remotely, use the raise your hand feature in Zoom and you will be called on at the appropriate time. If calling in via phone, press star 9 to raise your hand, and when called upon, press star 6 to unmute. These options for public comment will remain available until I close the public comment period for that specific item. Ashley, could you please read the consent calendar?
Yes. Item number 1, Planning Commission meeting minutes approval. Approve the minutes of the regular meetings of July 11th, 2023 and July 25th, 2023, and the special meeting of August 8th, 2023.
Do we have a second?
I would like to abstain from approving the meeting notes from 7/25/23 since I was not here that evening.
And I likewise need to abstain from no, I was at all of these meetings. Sorry about that.
So do we have to break it out into two things?
I don't think that is necessary.
No, you don't necessarily need to have been present at that meeting because you're voting on form.
Thank you.
I'll motion to approve the minutes of those meetings.
I'll second that.
Great.
We do have to ask about public comment.
Do we have any public comment on the consent calendar?
We do not.
Great, thank you. Ashley, do you want to take a call?
Yes. Chair Ebnetter,
Yes.
Vice Chair Patel,
Yes.
Commissioner Nugent,
Yes.
Commissioner Wiggins,
Yes.
and Commissioner Williams.
Yes.
Thank you, passes 5-0. Next on the agenda is public comment period. Members of the public wishing to comment on any item not appearing on the agenda may address the Planning Commission at this time. State law prevents the Commission from taking action on any matter not on the agenda. Your comments may be referred to staff for follow-up. Public comment is generally limited to a total of 15 minutes. However, that is subject to the Commission's discretion and can be extended if the Commission wishes to do so. Do we have any members of the public that want to speak about anything not on tonight's agenda?
Chair Ebnetter, we don't have any public commenters on Zoom, and I just wanted to confirm the people who gave me speaker slips, it's all for general plan, correct? Okay. So we have no public commenters at this time.
Okay, we'll close that. Item number 2, review of draft general plan 2040. We will start with staff presentation, clarifying questions from the commission, and then public comments. Members of the public are given 2 to 3 minutes to speak, depending on the number of speakers. Once the public comment period is closed, the commission will deliberate and provide input and general recommendations to the city council on the draft general plan. No formal action will be taken on the general plan tonight. And that brings us to Zachary for the presentation.
Yes, good evening, Chair, members of the commission. Zach Dahl, Interim Director with Community Development and Project Manager for the General Plan Update effort. The item before you this evening is review of the draft general plan. This document was published back in July and has been circulating for public comment and review since that time. For tonight's agenda, we will start with my presentation, followed by Commission's clarifying questions, receive public comment, and then move on to Commission discussion and deliberation. As we get started, I do want to take a moment to acknowledge the team that is supporting this general plan update effort, starting with our core staff team from Community Development and Public Works, our technical advisory committee that's supported by staff from all departments citywide, including the fire department, and then our consultant team who is led by PlaceWorks. So for tonight's meeting, we're shooting to provide you with an overview of the draft general plan 2040, give you an opportunity to receive public input on this document, and then move into discussion and recommendations that the commission may have for council consideration when they bring forth the draft general plan in October. So starting with a project overview. As always, you've seen this many times. This is the general plan's vision statement. This kind of is the foundation for which the general plan was built. And since this is an effort that has been going on since 2018, we're now into year 5, and so a lot of work has gone in to get us to this point. Starting back in 2018 with the establishment of the community-wide vision, identification of study areas, a creation of a range of land use and circulation alternatives, then going through and selecting a preferred land use and circulation alternative, then last summer and fall, preparing our draft goals, policies, and actions, and then this past July, publishing and then moving forward with our draft general plan, which is before you here this evening. So in the schedule, where are we and where are we going? We are in meeting 2 before the Planning Commission. Last meeting focused on the draft environmental impact report. In October, we'll be moving to council for 3 meetings, and then that will take us to preparation of the final general plan and EIR, which will come before the Planning Commission and council for consideration for adoption in the first quarter of 2024. Also want to take a moment to highlight the general plan resources that are available at strivesanmateo.org. We provided for a lot of different information, documents, and different ways for folks to understand the general plan and dive deep into the various topics that are covered. So moving to the draft general plan 2040, the core are the 8 chapters or elements that make up the general plan. Starting with land use, circulation, housing, which is an element but is being prepared separately because of state law requirements, and then community design, historic resources, conservation, open space, parks and recreation, public services and facilities, safety, and then our noise element. In addition, we also have other components. That includes the introduction, which provides an overview and gets folks oriented about how to make their way through and understand the general plan. We have our glossary of terms, And then 11, which is our implementation plan, which will be prepared to accompany the final general plan when it moves forward in the beginning of 2024. In addition, we have 3 key themes that are woven throughout the draft general plan. These are topics that can sometimes be considered as their own elements, but given their interplay with all of the other topics in the general plan, we felt the most effective way to communicate and support these 3 themes was weaving them throughout the general plan. And so you can see these 3 icons, and they are to support sustainability, environmental justice, and community engagement. And so really what we wanted to highlight is just how these 3 topics don't operate in isolation, but really are interplay with many of the other topics and implementations and policies that will occur with all other elements in the general plan. And so to kind of give you an example of how these icons are used to identify where, say, sustainability or environmental justice is supported by, say, a policy or action, in this case, in the public facilities element. And so this is how you can, as a reader goes through the document, you can understand where these three themes exist in each element. And we do have, as part of the introduction to this element, an overview of how this theme is represented in any of the elements in the draft general plan. We also have the 10 big ideas. And with this, we wanted to highlight elements and aspects of the general plan that are new, and how the topics within the general plan go to affect can be more understood by residents and citizens on a daily basis. And so they reflect new policies that are being incorporated into the general plan that maybe weren't part of the prior general plans, whether these are new themes that didn't exist or reinforcing ones where they've been elevated as a community priority. In some cases, they exist in a single element. In other cases, these are themes that are supported through multiple elements in the general plan. So, starting with our land use element, I'll be providing an overview of the topics covered, but I'm happy to go back and touch on any in more detail depending on the interest of the commission. So, our land use element is our most robust element. A variety of topics are covered here, including growth and development, land uses, heights and densities, our kind of key study areas such as El Camino, downtown, and the Hillsdale Station area. This is where environmental justice is primarily addressed, as well as sustainability and climate change, economic development, and then other functions that support land use and development. This is also where our land use map exists, and this is really the map that guides where different uses and the intensity at which they can occur around the city. The goal is that it's broad enough to provide flexibility, but also clear enough to achieve the general plan's overarching vision. Also, a key component of this general plan is are the 10 study areas that were created. These were study areas created at the front end of the process and were identified as areas that had the greatest potential to experience and accommodate land use and development over the next 20 years. They're also located in key areas in proximity to transit, services, and jobs. And these are areas where there's higher concentrations of buildings that are aging, vacant, or higher likelihood of redevelopment. Also, within environmental justice, we have our equity priority communities. These are areas that are where the confluence of a higher pollution burden, as well as other socioeconomic factors such as low income or low educational attainment, exist. For the city of San Mateo, we have 2 identified neighborhoods. One is our North Central neighborhood, and the other is our North Shoreview and Shoreview neighborhoods. And so these in the general plan are identified as equity priority communities and have a number of specific policies and actions that are focused on various factors targeted for these 2 areas within the city. Moving on to our circulation element. This is really what the chapter that focuses on how we get around the city. It addresses multimodal transportation, transportation demand management, pedestrians and bicycles, safety, as well as traffic congestion and roadway improvements, and then also forward-looking into future mobility and technology that could be used in the coming decades. As part of the circulation element, we have our circulation map, which was the preferred circulation scenario that was selected by the community and ultimately council earlier on in the process. And this identifies areas and priorities for where we focus our investment and future planning efforts to facilitate greater circulation and future pedestrian, bikeway, and transit improvements. I also wanted to highlight, as there have been a number of comments that have spoken to the issue of roadway classifications, we do want to highlight that the roadway classification map within the circulation element is not locally adopted, but rather recognizing the Caltrans classification map, which was developed in conjunction with the Federal Department of Transportation, which they are responsible for classifying all roadways within the state. And so what the city has done is included this map as an exhibit, but we're not setting these at the local level. We also want to highlight that we will be clarifying this map. There are 7 different roadway classifications, and for the purposes of this map, we had condensed principal arterial and minor arterial. We will now be calling these out because there are key differences here. The only principal arterial that exists within the city is El Camino Real. All of the other arterials within the city are minor arterials, so these are arterials, but at the lower end of this volume spectrum. And so this also highlights existing conditions. These are existing traffic volumes that have driven these classifications. This isn't the city looking to add lanes or expand capacity, but more recognizing what are the existing conditions that are here, and then based on these factors, that is what drove Caltrans to create the classifications that it did. We also want to highlight that these classifications are tied to roadway and maintenance funds that the city gets from the state at the federal level. And so these classifications help support specific funding levels that the city can receive. The other piece that has been receiving community attention is circulation and roadway safety. And so we want to highlight, these will be some staff recommendations moving forward to council, but we want to highlight that the circulation element includes a goal along with 14 policies and actions that specifically address safety in various ways. But we are looking to add to this theme and more clearly articulate how the circulation element prioritizes safety and then look for opportunities to enhance our various policies and actions. So we'll be working on that and bringing some recommendations to council as to how this can be strengthened. We also do want to highlight that safety is really at the core because we're really looking to promote complete streets within the circulation element. And so this is the ability to use our roadway and circulation infrastructure for all users. And in order for all users, particularly bikes and pedestrians, to use this mode as opposed to, say, driving, they need to feel safe. And so really, safety is a core value that needs to be addressed in order to facilitate many of the other objectives within the circulation element. And so while I won't necessarily go through these, I did want to highlight the specific policies and actions that include safety as part of how they were drafted and function. And we can go back to this slide if you have specific questions. And so this is the second half, and this covers the 14 that was noted that currently exist within the circulation element. Moving on to our next element, we have community design and historic resources. This chapter includes natural landscapes and urban forests, archaeological, paleontological, and historic resources. It also focuses on design, public art, and guidance for new development here in the city. There are a couple of recommendations that have come through our community outreach and engagement that we are recommending when we go to council. One of which is adding a new policy that really focuses on this concept of a comprehensive approach to historic preservation and the importance of balancing preservation with other priorities, including the provision of new housing and supporting local businesses. The other was more a mechanics of looking at our two lead policies under Goal 5 and recognizing they were very similar. And so we are recommending that these two policies be condensed into one historic preservation policy. We also are recommending some changes to a couple of policies with regard to design. And this is aligned with the discussion that's been going on with objective design standards, which is looking at design more objectively. And so taking out words such as scale and rhythm and focusing more on context. Also, with the community feedback on architecture and the architectural context, we wanted to support that in these two policy and this policy in action as well. So you can see both here looking at context-appropriate architectural styles and looking at scale and design rather than rhythm, as these can be more clearly defined as objective standards. Moving to our conservation, open space, and recreation element. This element focuses on natural resource protection, access to nature, creeks, riparian, and air quality, and our parks and recreational amenities and facilities. In our public services and facilities element, this covers the range of public services and facilities that the city provides, including police and fire, water supply, storm and sewer infrastructure, our energy and telecommunications, public facilities. This is also where we address children, youth, and schools, healthcare, and solid waste. For this section, this is also a topic that has come up. The general plan does address senior and aging, both in this element and in other elements. We wanted to add a section that would clearly focused on this topic of supporting seniors and aging, and with a core focus on supporting and implementing our age-friendly action plan. And so this is a new section that we're recommending be added to the public services and facilities element. And then the other piece is we are looking to update our policies and actions related to storm drainage to align with the community objectives that have been getting discussed and extra attention over this past year related to stormwater and flooding. With our safety element, this is an element that focuses on various aspects of safety, including emergency preparedness, earthquake hazards related to earthquakes, flooding, sea level rise, wildfire, and hazardous materials. And then our last element is our noise element, and this focuses on setting exterior and interior noise standards, and then various measures and policies aimed at regulating and reducing noise impacts. So as was noted at the beginning, we have the general plan, but then the next phase, which will really occur in the 2 decades following adoption, is implementation. And so how this will function is this will be a tool that our implementation plan really focuses on. This looks at departments and individual staffs or divisions that will be responsible for each of the actions and the policies within our general plan. And the key is there's ongoing efforts. Some are focused and specific. Others will continue to occur over the full life of the general plan. Examples here include preparation of a comprehensive adaptation plan. This has actually already received some funding from council, and so we are laying the groundwork to begin this preparation of this plan. Another one is the ongoing work related to historic preservation and preservation and resource policy, and then other ongoing efforts such as continued coordination with Caltrain and Samtrans for various transit improvements. So these are just some examples of what implementation will look like once we have an adopted general plan. The other piece here is the funding piece. This has received a variety of comments and attention over, as we've discussed both here and in prior phases of the general plan effort. However, we want to highlight that for the most part, the funding piece exists outside of the general plan itself. The general plan doesn't necessarily outline how the funding will occur. It can support it, it can identify potential sources, but really the funding is an action that will take place as part of implementation. It starts with the city's annual budget, and then other funding sources that could become available, whether these are grants, state funding, federal funding, and then maybe leveraging local funding. The general plan is the blueprint that can provide a structure that can help us compete for these funds, but it isn't necessarily going to outline how we achieve these funds. This is work that takes place outside of the general plan. And so we do want to highlight that because there have been a lot of comments and discussion on that. And so while funding can be a piece that goes into the general plan, it's really a tool of implementation that occurs afterwards to actually achieve and implement the general plan. The other piece here that's been a key discussion point throughout the entire general plan update process is its relationship to Measure Y. Measure Y is the voter-approved growth initiative here in San Mateo that sets limits for new building heights and densities. Most recently approved in 2020. It generally sets a height limit of 55 feet and a density of up to 50 units an acre. This part of the genesis of creation of the study areas was identifying ways that we could meet state-mandated growth requirements that would ultimately need some level of modification to Measure Y, while also balancing other community interests for preserving existing heights and densities in our lower density neighborhoods. So in this case, this map kind of gives you an idea of where the heights and densities are that would exceed Measure Y. In this case, we have 3 land use categories or intensities that do allow for heights and densities that go beyond the Measure Y limits. They exist only within our 10 study areas. The one exception would be an existing building that I believe is 10 stories that's just to the west of downtown. Otherwise, all of these 3 land use categories that go beyond the Measure Y limits are contained within one of the 10 study areas. It's also worth noting that not every parcel in each study area is zoned or has a land use that exceeds Measure Y's heights and densities. These are strategically placed, and depending on their location, the associated height and intensity was calibrated to align with, say, proximity to a Caltrain station or an opportunity site that was in close proximity to, say, downtown amenities or other jobs. We also do want to note that any part of the general plan's land use element that's inconsistent with Measure Y would default to those Measure Y limits until such time that either the voters approve a modification to Measure Y or Measure Y sunsets in 2030. In terms of next steps, we are right now moving forward with a statistically significant survey looking to gain additional community input on feelings for the high 1 and high 2 height and densities that are contained in the general plan. We also do have a policy that speaks specifically to Measure Y. This allows for the general plan to be adopted ahead of any vote to change or modify Measure Y. Then following adoption, we would move forward with exploring ballot language that could ultimately be placed on the November 2024 ballot. With the general's structure looking at increasing limits within the 10 study areas, but maintaining current Measure Y limits outside of the study areas. I also do want to highlight the general plan's outreach effort that has been going on. Most recently, this started in July, and we are kind of shooting to wrap it up by the beginning of October through the 3 council meetings. So we have really focused on a robust effort to try to make sure that everybody in the community is aware that the draft general plan is out there and give anyone that wants to the opportunity to weigh in. So this started with citywide mailers. We held a virtual workshop. We're holding 5 district town hall meetings. 4 have been completed, and the 5th will occur later this week. We also include self-guided open house displays at various city facilities. We've been hosting pop-up events, as well as a variety of social media outreach and other resources on our Strive San Mateo website. Right here, you can see we focused on spreading the town hall locations, one in each district around the city, to increase opportunity for folks in every part of the city to attend if they so chose. We also want to highlight that you don't have to be reside or work in that district in order to attend. Every one of these town halls has been open to anyone in the city or any interested member of the public who wishes to attend. So just kind of in addition, we also have had our meeting series, starting with our general plan subcommittee meeting in August. We're now here at our second planning commission meeting, and then we are moving to our 3 city council meetings in October to receive direction on the draft general plan. And then this direction will guide what goes into the final general plan that's published in the beginning of 2024. So since we've been hearing a lot from the community, both in writing, verbally, as our team has engaged with folks at various events and pop-ups, and also through the website, we've had a variety of themes that have been rising up. This includes more focus on senior and aging issues, a lot of feedback both in support of and in concern with regard to the level of new development contained in the draft general plan. A need for more focus on how we can support our commercial, our neighborhood serving commercial areas and our local businesses, ensuring that San Mateo's unique character is maintained as we grow and change, comments related to how we preserve and expand our urban forest, protection and balance for historic preservation, ongoing focus and more immediate actions to address flood and stormwater preparedness, as well as looking at roadway safety and overall circulation, whether it's biking pedestrians, reducing congestion, reducing vehicle miles traveled, or ensuring overall safety within our circulation network. At our general plan subcommittee meeting, we had a variety of feedback that we're looking to incorporate in various ways, as well as was an attachment to your agenda report this evening. Some of the themes that came out of that was to continue to focus on how the document can be user-friendly and accessible, and that could take the form of an executive summary at the beginning of each element, more actions to enhance placemaking within the city, how we can support local businesses and our neighborhood commercial areas, looking at fees and policies that could be an obstacle to housing production, and then, as I was noted, this input, a more detailed summary is included with the agenda report that you received. And so, as was outlined throughout my presentation, there are a number of recommendations that the staff is making based on community input and general plan subcommittee input. So in addition to those noted earlier in the presentation, we are also developing a list of land use map updates. Notably, that includes removal of the church parking lot site on Hacienda from study area 3. And so it would receive a quasi-public land use designation, but would no longer be within that study area. We've also identified a number of parcels that require land use adjustments. This is primarily to address existing conditions. An example of this would be a recently constructed building along El Camino Real that's mixed use, but had a multifamily land use designation. So we will be changing that to mixed use, because where we see newer buildings where we don't imagine that there'll be change over the course of this general plan cycle, we want to make sure that there is alignment with that existing use. Also, we are looking to add additional policy guidance on seniors and aging, flooding and stormwater, an additional focus on safety and the circulation element, and then, as was noted earlier, revisions to policies related to historic resources and community design. So moving forward, this was touched on earlier, we have 3 meetings before the City Council in October, and then that lays the groundwork for our schedule to bring a final general plan and EIR forward for consideration in the beginning of 2024. So for this evening's discussion, there's plenty to consider. We are recommending that you group your discussions into 3 topics. This aligns with the sequencing that we'll be bringing the elements before City Council. So we would recommend starting with community design, historic preservation, conservation, open space, and recreation, and the noise element first, as that's the bundle that will go before City Council beginning of October. Then the next one would be circulation, public services and facilities and safety, and then the last one would be land use. So we would recommend kind of providing comments in those three groupings. And so as part of your discussion, what we would recommend is identifying, are there any conflicts or internal consistency issues that need to be addressed? Were there any areas based on community input or your experience that may have been missed or need additional focus? And the overarching direction on, is the draft general plan aligned with community feedback and council direction that we've been receiving over the course of this general plan update process? So that concludes staff's presentation, and I'm available if you have any clarifying questions.
Thank you, Zach. Time for clarifying questions from the commission. Seema?
Thank you. I just have one based on the presentation you just gave. I noticed that you said that we're currently executing or plan to execute a statistically significant community survey on the high 1 and high 2 designations. And I was curious why we're doing another statistically significant community survey when we have a statistically significant community survey from 2022, the True North Community Survey, which also polled on height and density limits. I don't remember exactly the numbers. I think off the top of my head, I think it showed 68% of residents were supportive of heights up to 12 stories and 63% of residents were supportive of heights up to 10 stories. And so essentially I'm curious like why 1 year later it would necessitate another community survey.
So this was based on direction provided by City Council back at their meetings in March and April on when the Measure Y and the land use element were being discussed. And so as part of that discussion, there was discussion about the high 1 and high 2 intensities and whether or not the high 2 should be kept in the general plan. And so the ultimate direction was that to keep it in for the purposes of the environmental impact report and the community discussion, but to do a focused, statistically significant survey on the topic so that they could then use that information as part of their decision-making process when it came back to them in the fall. So we're doing this based on council direction received earlier this year.
Okay, thank you. That's very helpful. That was my only question.
Thank you. Margaret?
I have a couple kind of minor questions. I mean, one is I just want to clarify the Measure Y thing, partly just for the purposes of reiterating and clarifying. So as I understand it, it sunsets in 2030, but in the meantime, the heights that are set in Measure Y would override any conflicts with the general plan?
That is correct.
Okay, and then after 2030, it would then roll over to what's in the general plan?
Yes, assuming there's no further voter initiatives approved, at which case those would continue to affect the general plan. But yes, in this case, until there's an update to Measure Y approved by the voters or it reaches the 2030 sunset date, it would override any policy that is inconsistent with it in the general plan.
Okay, thanks for that clarification. The other items are pretty minor, but I guess I was just wondering, this is, again, very minor, but it says in item C 4.14, references bicycle detection devices. What exactly is that? That's on that's within the right-of-way that would detect? What does that look like? Does anyone know what that is?
I am not sure. I don't know if we have, I see Joanna with PlaceWorks has her hand raised.
Hi there. I'm sure this is Joanna Jansen, principal with PlaceWorks. I'm sure there are many different kinds of bicycle detection devices. One example that I know of is it's called a wire, and it's under the pavement, and it's kind of like detects senses if a bike is parked on top of the device that's embedded in the pavement so that the bike can get a signal, for example.
All right, thank you. Let's see, what was the other one that I was going to ask? Well, I guess I'd have to look it up. I guess in CD 6.3, I'm not sure if I have that correct. I think I'm just going to skip that question for now. All right.
We'll come back to it. Martin?
Thank you, Chair. I've got a handful of clarifying questions and one that just came up in the presentation, so I don't mean to keep asking about Measure Y, but Zach, the notes from the August 29th General Plan Subcommittee meeting, I think are kind of consistent with what I think I heard you say in the presentation. So the notes say, communicate more transparently that only the 10 study areas would be exempt from Measure Y upon voter approval, and that other areas of the city would still be regulated by Measure Y requirements. I just want to clarify, because when I listened to the meeting, I feel like I heard Chair Robbins introduce that as an idea. It sounded like a new idea to me. And maybe I missed something where that's already the plan. And I guess in general, I was curious why we were getting into sort of language of a ballot initiative within the general plan, but just your thoughts on that one, and then a couple more that I've already emailed to you. So go ahead, thanks.
So yes, on that topic, during my time here, and I was not here with the city at the beginning of the general plan update process, but there's been an ongoing community discussion about exactly how Measure Y and the general plan would interact. And then we've got overarching considerations such as the state requirement for additional housing capacity that needs to be added. And we do have a path identified in our housing element. However, it utilizes pretty much all available density to just get us to our RENA number in our current sites inventory. And so actually within our housing element, we do actually need to, it requires that we bring a ballot initiative forward for voter consideration to add additional capacity. And then obviously that's an 8-year plan. The general plan is a 20-year plan. And so the goal is we need to look at plan for the future and future RENA cycles and where that capacity could go. And so based on the community discussion and council direction, the concept of allowing for that increased height and density within our study areas to plan for 20 years, over a 20-year period to meet our housing targets. And what that can do is then take pressure off the need to add height and density within our lower density neighborhood areas. And so that's kind of the concept as it's moving forward now. The actual ballot initiative language won't really take shape until after the general plan's adopted, but that's the general structure that we're looking at right now, would be that the height and density limits within the 10 study areas could be increased, but that outside of the study areas, the Measure Y limits would remain in effect.
Okay, and so you're saying that was council direction previously?
Yes, over the past 2 years when we've had discussions about land use and focusing on where that growth should occur, that was the direction that kind of came out of those various meetings, was focus the growth and change within the 10 study areas.
But focus growth and change within the general plan or within the language of a ballot initiative?
They would be one and the same, because obviously Measure Y affects a lot of different elements of the land use element. And so what we're doing is at this point identifying that we do have heights and densities that exceed those Measure Y limits. Right now, the land use map that is proposed only includes heights and densities that go beyond those Measure Y limits within the 10 study areas.
Okay, thanks. Let's see, couple things. Policy community design 5.7. 5.6, I think, is the definition of a historic resource, and then 5.7 refers to required city council findings prior to approving demolition of a historic resource. So I just want to make sure I understood kind of mechanically how this would work. So given the necessary inclusion of the word eligible in the definition of resource, does that mean that pretty much like any single family home demolition of an eligible structure would need city council approval?
So I think it's important to distinguish between CEQA considerations for a historic resource and what would go into the study if a demolition was proposed, and then what is set by local policy, where we can set thresholds for what is an eligible structure. So there's relatively clear criteria when you're looking at what is a historic resource or an eligible resource under CEQA, Then there's more discretion at how the city wants to set its preservation policies beyond that. And so what this policy is focusing on is what could guide local policy, not necessarily what would be a secret threshold.
Gotcha. Thank you very much. Let's see. There was an ask in the staff report, prompted the presentation, for us to consider this evening if community input has been properly represented. And so I was reading Conservation, Open Space, and Recreation Goal 5 to provide a comprehensive system of park and recreation programs and facilities based on the needs of the city's residents to encourage healthy lifestyles and ensure access for all. And I'm totally a big fan of our park system as it exists today. But for those 10, there's 10 policies, kind of that one goal, then 10 policies. And there's actually, I think, only one action for that. And I just wanted to check, did you get any other community input regarding kind of the actions that are needed to meet this goal?
I don't believe that we've gotten specific input on that. I know we've gotten a variety of input overarching on parks and recreation, our facilities and our service offerings. One thing it's worth noting is that you don't necessarily need both actions and policies. In this case, the suite of policies that are there can be sufficient to kind of guide then city programming and how we would then implement. So actions are more when we've identified specific actions that can take place, whether that's the preparation of a plan, a targeted improvement, or something like that. So in this case, that I think is reflecting that we have a good infrastructure, and so it's more setting the policies, and then there's other mechanisms to then move forward, and we don't necessarily need to identify specific actions. But if there's something specific that you have in mind, we can definitely include that as a recommendation moving forward to City Council.
Okay, very helpful, thank you. Couple more. Conservation Open Space Policy 7.2. This is regarding the 2-acre target for dedication or acquisition of new parkland. And this was just in my mind because we had the draft EIR recently. The draft EIR says that the city currently has about 7.35 acres of parkland. I think it's like per 1,000 residents. And the DEIR found that if no parkland is added all the way through to 2040, we'd have about just under 5 acres of park, I think, per 1,000 residents. So is that kind of your understanding? We're at a little bit over 7 acres per 1,000 residents now. If we did nothing, we would be at about 5 acres per resident. But our policy still is saying go out and try to get 2 acres per 1,000 as a target for dedication or acquisition. It'll go to a comment later on, but for now, I just want to make sure I had the baseline facts right.
Yes, I mean, that's a core function of this element, is that we have to establish what's our target ratio, because then that is used to support our park impact fee, or if we had a parkland in lieu fee. And so I think that's important to distinguish why we have a park impact fee. And because obviously acquisition of land is a key function there, but it's not just land acquisition. We're also looking at rehabilitating and improving the use of our existing parks, whether that's expanding the offerings there or just rebuilding, because obviously a park doesn't exist statically. It does need to be maintained and invested in over time to ensure that it's providing that recreational amenity to serve the neighborhood. Okay,
thank you. And I'll just do one more here. In the noise element, figure N1, I'm looking at that. This is the sound contours along 101 and 92. There's a separate figure for the train noise, but this one's for highways. And so as you look at the 101, it's got the sound contours, and I noticed, at least as far as I can tell, looking at the graphic, there's not a difference between if there's a sound wall or not. So 101, sort of in north central, there's walls both ways that sort of have a certain distance away from the highway that the sound contour goes. When you go a little bit further south, like by Amphlett, just north of 92, and there's the hotel over there, it didn't seem like there's actually not a sound wall in that place. And so I would have expected that the sound contour comes further into the neighborhood, but it just seemed to be consistent. And I don't know if I'm looking at too much detail in that, or if the sound wall actually doesn't make a discernible difference at the scale of the map. That's maybe a technical question if anyone's on the line wants to take it too, but that's my last question. Thank you.
So was able to hear from our consultant team on that, and I think it's a reflection of the fact that we would need a lot more very targeted and specific data to be able to draw with that level of nuance, because obviously we have different heights throughout, we have breaks in those walls throughout where you have on-ramps or other access points, and so we would need a lot more targeted data collection points to be able to map that degree of specificity. And so really what this is doing is mapping more of a continuum, because we can't necessarily identify where those breaks are and where that line might nuance. But this is a planning tool. Ultimately, for projects within this area, they would do locational specific sound acoustical studies and then determine what to appropriately plan for. So I think this is recommending, this is a citywide programmatic level study. And so we weren't necessarily looking to study every segment, but really create that overall contour map that could guide planning and when to do, say, an acoustical analysis for a project.
Okay. If I could beg of you just the follow-up here as I think about it, would you say that contour as drawn is kind of more like as if there was no wall there, or it's more like it kind of assumes there's a wall consistently, or does it average, or did someone just pull off like from a database somewhere, oh, it's a highway of this width with this speed of traffic, it's gonna be whatever, 100 feet. Do you know if it actually reflects the San Mateo conditions at all, or is it really general?
It is based on data that was collected here in San Mateo, and then I think extrapolated to include some of the factors you mentioned. I think one of the things worth noting is a sound noise doesn't, if a sound wall is there, noise can travel over and come back down, and so maybe that sound wall is providing attenuation for those properties that are directly adjacent, but you could have properties that are maybe a block or two inward that might still be within that contour because that noise is traveling over the wall and it's still audible at those locations. So it doesn't totally stop the noise, because noise does it, and so that it could also be a reflection of that. And I think the fact that we don't have that specific, how high is the wall, what are the specific conditions in any given spot along that highway segment.
Totally, and that's what you need. I've designed sound berms before and walked along the top of it with an acoustical engineer, taking measurements every 50 feet. So I agree with you. You do need that level of specificity for it. Those are all my questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Adam?
Through the chair. I have a question about the presentation. So there were some slides on design that I will ask that you go back to them.
Was it this slide?
Yes. So my question for this is what's the background on these changes, or when did they get inputted? Like I'm curious just where these came from and if they are.
So these are changes that really have kind of come out of two sources. One, community input, but also the dialogue surrounding our objective design standards process. And so as we've been going through that and holding hearings before the Planning Commission and receiving community input, as well as just community input related to design that has been coming into the general plan, two was recognizing, and I think there was even a comment to that policy 8.3 at the general plan subcommittee, was concern about the term of scale and rhythm and respecting, say, scale and rhythm. And so what we wanted to do was look at two pieces. One, we are hearing a predominant theme that architectural style is important and relating to the architectural context is important. And the other is using terms that can be used objectively as part of our objective design standards. And so these two revisions are kind of were staff's recommendations based on that kind of grouping of input.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I just was curious where that was coming from. It's like, oh, this is new. Yeah, and I might ask to go back to this when we have a discussion, but thank you for that clarification. That was my only question.
Thank you, Adam. I only have one question to start, Zach, and it has to do with policy LU 1.2. where the general plan 2040 maximum development guidelines are. And there are projected to be possibly up to 21,410 new dwelling units. And the maximum build out for commercial or non-residential would be 4,325,000 square feet. Is that correct?
Yes.
So the term non-residential floor area, what does that include?
All floor area that's not associated with a residential development or residential unit.
So in the city of San Mateo, would that typically mean commercial build out?
Yes.
Okay, so, and what we're looking for throughout our general plan is a balance of housing and commercial offices. So for me, if we're building 21,410 dwelling units, and you're building out the full 4,325,000 square feet of office, if you're using 150 square feet of office space per tenant, you'd be short about 8,000 dwelling units to keep our jobs to housing balance intact. Am I missing something here, or do we get to use those types of analysis?
I think it's important to highlight this is a maximum, and these numbers are tied to the general plan's EIR. So these numbers, so this is based on projected growth over the 20-year plan cycle that was per the land use map. And so these aren't necessarily numbers that we're striving to achieve, but these are saying projects within these two groupings would be covered by the environmental impact report for the general plan. And so this is starting at 2019, because the 2019, so this would factor in projects that have been built from 2019 to present, plus for the remaining horizon through 2040. And so this isn't necessarily saying we're going to get to the max of both of those, but they're saying this is the umbrella. This is tying the general plan to the EIR. And this is also then kind of would provide the basis for, as we track growth year to year, when we might need to do additional environmental analysis. And so maybe that provides a little context. So this is more how the general plan EIR is connected to the general plan itself, and how we might evaluate, especially as we get close to either of these thresholds, when additional environmental analysis is needed for a project. And this is based on the land use map that was provided by council. We had a projection of jobs and housing units, and so that jobs number was translated into floor area to be quantifiable and trackable.
Through the chair, may I comment real quick?
Sure.
I actually asked this question at the general plan subcommittee meeting, and I just wanted to note that 4,325,000 square feet number, Zach clarified at the general plan subcommittee meeting, it's not just office, it's office and retail. And the city's calculation projects 16,900 net new jobs compared to that 21,410 new dwelling units.
Well, that's what spurred me on to question this number and what actually non-residential floor area means. And so I would be surprised if we had 25% of retail in that 4 million square feet. But thank you for just the information, Zach. One last thing. I know that the housing units need to be zoned for, has the commercial, is that projected zone for that square footage also?
Yeah, so I mean, most of the land uses within the land use map have the ability to have housing within them, and that includes our office and commercial districts.
Great, thank you. Any other questions before we go to public comment?
Yeah, I just had one follow-up question to what we were talking about with regards to the noise element. I actually don't really have comments on that element, but I had made a question to myself about whether or not an acoustical engineer, wrote that, or if that's based on, the existing general plan. What's the extent of kind of engineering analysis that's been done to establish that information in that element?
So I might actually ask if Joanna Jansen with Placeworks is available to provide that. But yes, we did have an acoustical expert who was supporting the general plan team.
Yes, we did have an acoustical expert that was supporting the general plan team. The general plan noise modeling includes two different types of modeling that were both performed for the San Mateo general plan. We do both short-term and long-term noise monitoring. So the noise element wants to cover both any major sources of noise in some communities that might be like industry, for example. That's not really a huge part of San Mateo's noise environment, but those are the things, the kind of shorter term noise events that the short-term monitoring is intended to capture, and so those locations tend to be dispersed throughout the community, and we also do long-term noise monitoring both. And then in addition to the results from the monitoring, we also do modeling based on transportation noise and rail noise. And so all of those, both the monitoring and then the kind of extrapolation from the traffic data and the typical kind of rail corridor type of scenarios were modeled by an acoustical engineer that's a technical subconsultant to the PlaceWorks team. And the acoustical engineer also provided guidance on the policy wording and, you know, the ideas about the gradations, for example, between conditionally acceptable and unacceptable for the various use categories in the land use compatibility table in the noise element.
Okay, great, thank you. That's helpful to know. Like I said, I don't have a lot of comments because it's really technical information, but good to know the background.
Sure.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So we'll move this on to the public comment period. Ashley, how many commenters do we have?
Chair Ebnetter, we have 5 in-person commenters, and we have no public commenters on Zoom, but if you want to comment on Zoom, please raise your hand at this time.
Bless you.
Okay, we have no public commenters on Zoom and only 5 in person, so 3 minutes each.
Yes, please.
Our first public commenter is Ken Abreu. Ken, you can come up to the microphone.
Thank you. I'll be just summarizing some comments from the Sierra Club letter of September 7th and focusing on those as of today. You know, I think, first of all, the general plan draft is pretty darn good, but it's not quite there on a couple of key issues. First of all, affordable housing is a major issue that needs to be addressed and can't fall short on that issue. And I think when you look at the idea of having a senior citizen plan going forward, affordable housing becomes even more of a need, because as a senior citizen myself, with a lot of senior citizens living around me, you can see as you get older the need for many services which are provided, whether it's people coming in and helping you to cook, helping people take them for a walk, helping people around their house chores, cleaning. All of these things are service type jobs that are generally not highly paid, and you need people with housing in the area to do those well. If they're commuting from far away, it's not going to be good for the people aging here in San Mateo. So keep that in mind as you're looking at that. The other thing is a high 1 and 2. You need to keep those. In fact, you need to make one change, and today you should recommend a change to the city council, and that is in high 2, you need to go to 12 stories, not 10 stories. There's a couple reasons for that. One is on the density side, you need that high density in order to be able to make the affordable units affordable. You know, and if they're not affordable, they're not going to happen. So it's extremely important that you stay with that high density. But if you go with that high density and more people, actually as Commissioner Wiggins just pointed out, what about your parks and your open space? That's another key issue for the Sierra Club. The way you can address that is through height. If you can go up to 12 instead of 10 stories, it opens up more land for parks, for open space, for broader sidewalks, for bike lanes, for opening up the creeks, for many other things. You can look at that Hillsdale Reimagine, and look at the different ideas they have there where they compare, Measure Y to 12-story to something in between. And you can see that when they can go to 12 stories, that's a 20% increase over 10. It allows them to open up a lot more space and get us to the kind of parks, open space, green areas, and environmental areas that we need. Okay, those would be my points. Please keep those in mind, and please make that one recommendation to the City Council to increase that height. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken.
Okay.
Our next in-person speaker is Anna Curry. Anna can come up to the microphone.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Anna Cure. I'm President Emeritus for the Cemetery United Homeowners Association and a former Public Works Commissioner. The material is a little bit difficult for me to get through because I resigned my position as Public Works Commissioner because I developed adult attention deficit disorder. And when they gave me 900 pages to review for the sanitation plant, it couldn't be done. So sadly, I did give up my post, but I really care about what happens in our city, and I'm here to discuss historic resources. I live in Baywood, and a small group of people have decided that they're going to put a blanket historic designation over Baywood and build momentum there, and then go to Hayward Park, Aragon, San Mateo Park, Central, North Central, and all Eiglers. Now, my feeling is that we don't want to reevaluate historic resources and step on any family's ability to fix their home in a fashion that meets their family values or their family needs. And CD 5.4 discusses raising public awareness. This is the most important point that we need to get out, is that information has to be given to neighborhoods who might be facing reassessment as a result of this. Currently, and it's very, very preliminary, Council is discussing ways to do surveys in neighborhoods whereby the citizens can decide what they want in this neighborhood rather than have a small group of individuals come in and just put a blanket over a particular region. Because it is really about neighbors deciding what's best for themselves and their family needs. So additionally, they're discussing a survey that they would put in a neighborhood and voting, allowing neighbors to vote what's best for the neighborhood, and even talking about forums where the correct information can get out in the public, because these are not easy topics as defined through historic. So if in effect, and this may happen sooner than later, we have no idea because it's just in discussions at City Hall right now, I would like to know how the results of these upcoming meetings can be put and incorporated in this public awareness portion, CD 5.4, because we definitely want to incorporate the awareness or the methods that City Hall is about to discuss and come up with. We have to find out what's happening. We're in the planning stages, so I just want to make sure that whatever is decided sooner than later can somehow get in here, and maybe it won't, because everything seems to be converging at the same time. But that's my main concern. Let's protect families and make sure that families' needs are met first.
Thank you, Anna, and thank you for your past service to the city.
Our next speaker is David Light. David, you can come to the microphone.
Thank you, Chairman Ebnetter and members of the Planning Commission. My name is David Light, and I'd like to add my comments to the draft general plan for 2040. With respect to environmental justice, on page 29, a standalone environmental justice element should be included in the general plan to address the unique environmental issues in north central and central neighborhoods. We would like the equity priority neighborhood to also include central neighborhood up to 9th Avenue between Delaware and South Amplet on the map. We need measures to reduce traffic and diesel particulates, reduce noise and toxic impacts, and to include neighborhood preservation and protections. With respect to land use element on page 38, the height limits for 4th and 5th Avenues
of residential low 2 should be reduced down to 2 to 3 stories. The height limit for medium 1 should also be reduced to 2 to 3 stories. The goal is to preserve and protect our existing housing stock in central neighborhood and not promote lot accumulation and demolition of our pre-war homes on 4th and 5th Avenues and on South Delaware. The proposed aggressive heights in the draft general plan are not compatible with our existing styles of older Spanish Revival, Craftsman, and Victorian-style homes in our traditional single-family and duplex home neighborhood. Encouraging homeowners to build an ADU accessory dwelling unit using compatible architecture in the rear of a single-family home is a much better solution to add to our affordable housing stock. Finally, with respect to circulation element on page 87 and page 93, Fifth Avenue is a narrow Class 3 local street, and 9th Avenue is a Class 2 collector street. We would like to have these classifications remain in place and oppose reclassification of these narrow streets to be arterials. There's been no collaboration between our neighborhood and Caltrans to discuss street maintenance for 5th and 9th Avenues. We have been told that there will be no change to street character, but we need assurances for traffic calming to address future cut-through traffic, which may be up to 10,000 to 50,000 cars a day on an arterial. We are very concerned about pedestrian and bike safety, especially on our 5th Avenue bicycle boulevard, and are also concerned about the health risks associated with this much traffic in our small neighborhood with maximum build-out and future planned grade separations. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Lori Watanuki. Lori can come up to the microphone.
Good evening, Chair Ebenetter and members of Planning Commission. My name is Lori Watanuki. I do agree with David Light, and we do oppose the reclassification for 5th and 9th Avenue to arterials. Once you are classified to an arterial, you will not be able to get any future traffic calming. We have waited 30 years for traffic calming on 5th Avenue, and an arterial classification will bring 10,000 to 50,000 vehicles a day, and our hands will be tied. Please consider the health and safety impacts of residents, pedestrians, and bicyclists before you decide on this reclassification for 5th Avenue and 9th Avenue. When you take a look at page 38 at that land use map, you see a major portion in dark and medium dark blue in the downtown. I disagree with the previous speaker from the Sierra Club who would like to go even higher than what is specified in high 1 and 2. I do feel that the 130 to 200 density units, at 200 you're 4 times measure Y, and when you go up to 8 to 10, you've got density bonus. So naturally, you're going to be at 10 to 12 stories. This is considered maximum build-out and brings high traffic numbers and further justifies the reclassification of 5th and 9th Avenues to arterials. We'd like to see more moderate growth in the downtown rather than full maximum build-out. We need to reduce the high traffic numbers with lower categories for densities and heights in the downtown for Area 4. I just wanted to mention in service commercial land use on South Amphlett between 5th and Folkestone, we could use a 5-ton load limit to South Amphlett. Lighter trucks would reduce the resurfacing costs of streets for the taxpayers. We could use residential low 1 to further reduce the truck impacts of diesel particulates, truck vibrations, noise, and damage to our trees. Service commercial is the only land use which allows alcohol advertising on billboards according to Clear Channel, who owns the billboard. And this generates visual blight to an equity priority neighborhood. And we're not interested in an electronic billboard in the future in our neighborhood, but we do support the reduction to 20 miles per hour on residential streets, and AB 43 reduces the speed for downtown business districts. We support speed cameras for 4th Avenue, which are being tested in San Francisco. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Rick Bonilla. Rick, you can come up to the microphone. And then we also have one additional speaker on Zoom.
Thank you, all esteemed planning commissioners and staff. My name is Rick Bonilla. I'm the former mayor here. Of course, I'm speaking tonight on my own behalf. I am affiliated with other groups, but representing myself on this subject, which I've been thinking about for a long time. I rise tonight in hopes of encouraging you to seek to create a better plan for the future of San Mateo. All who live in San Mateo deserve a brighter future than that which we can see today. We're currently being quite negatively impacted by a severe lack of housing and climate change, which is bringing sea level rise, droughts, the obvious. I'll skip the rest of that. In response to all the above, a better plan should include the following. Meet the immediate and future need for housing by zoning for higher densities and heights in those study areas, which we inappropriately limited ourselves to. San Mateo is importantly placed in the center of a very desirable part of the world. Jobs and population will only continue to move here, and we must be able to take advantage of the economic opportunities that will present themselves to us. They will help us make the necessary changes. We will not be able to adequately abate climate change if we do not build taller, denser, and more efficient housing near mass transit while improving all forms of transit to both eliminate emissions and decrease conventional vehicle miles traveled. Smart design can lead us to have longer, better, cleaner, and healthier lives. The development patterns of the past are not adequate for even current, let alone future life, and must undergo change and improvement if we are to survive the struggle which we are now engaged in with the damage being caused by the burning of fossil fuels. Because of the current RENA cycle, which ends in 2013, and a new one will begin, put in place by that time, 2031 I mean, we should not act as if this is the end of housing production demand when we live where we live, and we know that people not only reproduce, but they'll also migrate to meet their families' needs. I have to state the obvious here. All the challenges that we face here today did not come about naturally. For instance, housing was intentionally limited to only certain people in only certain parts of the city, while only smaller and less desirable areas were relegated to those who were thought of as needed because somebody had to do the work. We had a transit system. It was destroyed to make room for the much more profitable automobile, which led to the huge boom of the fossil fuel industry, which has driven us to where we are now with very high carbon levels in our atmosphere, all the attendant serious problems endangering our health, not only the planet, but each and every one of us living creatures here. I keep asking myself, when will we learn? The younger people living here now have come to the realization that we can trust, can and must do better. We of the gray-haired age have taken more than our share of the bounty this planet has provided us. We need to learn to share. We have to do better. We need to let the younger people who know and understand science and see the future that they will be living in have a chance to fight for survival. I agree strongly with the comments of Ken and Brew, who spoke earlier. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rick, and for all of your excellent service to the city.
One last thing, I don't know if I have time. Historic preservation should be done by the individual property owner. I really don't think this should be imposed on anybody as a district. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our last speaker is Jordan Grimes. Jordan, you can go ahead and unmute.
Good evening, commissioners. I want to align my comments with Canna Brew and encourage higher heights and densities basically across the board. It's eminently disappointing that we have seen significant support for greater heights and densities from a vast majority of the community in this True North statistical survey, which found 63% of residents support 12 stories near public transit. Yet, surprisingly, our new general plan barely moves the needle from the plans of yesteryear. Instead of a strong, progressive, forward-thinking plan that will ensure adequate housing growth for years to come, the plan as it stands is a continuation of the anemic status quo. It ensures San Mateo will continue to be a metaphorically gated community with those gates climbing ever higher. I want to object strongly to the position of the previous speaker who wanted heights lowered in Central. If anything, they should be considerably higher than they are, given the neighborhood's proximity to downtown and current unaffordability. Finally, I want to support Anna Cure's comments as well. I'm not sure why historic preservation, frankly, is included at all here. I don't think there's any evidence to support the idea that historic preservation is even on the minds of everyday San Mateans, let alone the plans currently being sought by a small group of residents across the city. There's an incredible amount of subjectivity when it comes to what is and is not historic, and it's frankly very concerning to see it being weaponized by members of the most affluent neighborhoods of San Mateo in an attempt to stop housing growth. On the whole, I encourage us to think taller, to think denser, and to think of everyday San Mateans who cite affordability as their top quality of life concern. Put simply, I want to see my hometown reject the past and embrace the future. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jordan.
Chair Ebnetter, we have no more public commenters.
Anybody in the audience want to come up and talk? Going once, going twice, 3 times, we'll close public comment period and bring it back to the commission. I, for one, would like to take a 5-minute break. Thank you. We'll join for 5 minutes. I think I can do it, yeah. We can go. Okay. So are we ready? We'll bring the meeting back to order. And any other questions before we go to comments and discussions? Adam? Nothing? Okay. Margaret? Seema, you okay? Good, good. So can you show us a slide that as a guideline for us, or how we would like to see this go forward?
So this is the staff recommended approach for bundling the elements, and this aligns with and how we'll be bringing them before City Council in October.
Great, thank you. So, does the commission want to follow this guideline, or would you prefer another route? Land use is a huge component. Would we want to concentrate on that first? If the commission is fine with the way this is laid out, I'm supportive of that also. But if we need to change something, now would be the time to speak.
Through the chair.
Yes.
I'm fine with following what's on screen. Oh, thank you. I'm fine with following what's on screen here. It just will be a little bit of jumping around. My notes went, in order of the elements.
As did mine.
Yeah, so bear with
Okay.
us if we jump around a bit, because these are not at all in any order. I don't know what the reasoning was for grouping them that way.
It's going to be presented to the council.
Right,
It goes to
but,
council 3 times, and there's going to be a progression.
Yeah.
But I don't think it's it would be horrible for staff if we changed it up. Staff's still going to get the same information.
yeah, that's fine.
Through the chair, I can mostly follow it. I have one topic on air quality that kind of spans multiple of these groupings,
Yes.
so I might respectfully break the mold there, but otherwise I can organize it by this. That's for me.
And Adam, your input?
That's fine.
I also can accommodate this grouping. I do have some overarching comments, just that maybe we start with if we want, before we get in.
Let's think about that for a second. Seema, your input on the order?
I think the order is fine. I'll also have to jump around, so just keeping the slide up so I know what to do when would be helpful.
Sure. Okay, so I think as been clear through staff presentation, there are a lot of items that cross boundaries. And I am not going to be able to stay specifically on each one of these items, as their sustainability plays into a lot of it, land use plays into different parts, noise, so on and so forth. So as long as we're okay with stretching the boundary somewhat and not confining ourselves to the specifics where we need to add other items, I'm sure staff is going to be able to decipher our messages.
Yeah, we can definitely do that. One thing that we would ask for specific recommendations, ensuring that there is a concurrence among a majority of commissioners on those, because that helps when we bring those before to council. So that would be the only ask, is for specific recommendations that the commission wants to make. Is there at least 3 commissioners that support that recommendation?
So then that brings it to another level of how are we going to manage those questions? Is somebody going to, are they going to be brought up individually, such as land use 1.0? I would like to see space put aside for more parks. Will we need to address it each time we speak, or will there be a combination of a list where we'll go back at the end?
As you're speaking, if there's a comment from a prior commissioner made that you support, noting that gives us the ability to then follow along. At the end, we might ask some clarifying questions about specific topics, but I would say that would be our recommendation, is if you hear something that you agree with, if you adding your voice of support, that gives us a broader indication of it. Is there a majority support for that moving forward? That's not to say that individual comments, it won't still be all collected and recorded, but for more specific recommendations, if we know there's concurrence among a majority of the commission, that makes it easier for us to then characterize it and bring it forward.
Okay.
Through the
So,
chair.
so the last time that we used this format was quite a while ago, and Seema Patel kept a running list of everything that we were talking about, and then we had to go back at the meeting at the end and address each item. I would be comfortable doing it as we go forward, but if there's something that we need to bring back at the end that we want to discuss again, we're obviously going to be able to do that. Okay.
Yeah, I was just going to make the comment that I'm sure there's something that'll come up that we have differing opinions on. So you'll just take note of that, I guess.
Right, yeah. But if there's themes that come through that there's a majority, then that will be filtered toward the top.
Yeah.
But our discussion points are all valid, obviously, and, whatever staff is able to do with them and process them on, and that's what happens.
Through the chair, perhaps instead of putting the burden on any single commissioner to note what other people are saying, might I suggest that after everybody has spoken and gone through for each of the three divisions, perhaps, that each commissioner, if there was something particular that they wanted to see if there was concurrence with, the other commissioners bring that up, so that way they know if there is something that they're looking for or not. Otherwise, it might be just more general, like I'm talking about specific things that they want to recommend change.
So I don't mind using Zach's proposal. Also, if it's something quick, we can all agree on right away.
Okay.
And then if not, then we can definitely bring it up after the closing of that component and address it.
Okay, yeah.
Through the chair, that's just the one thing that I would request, that we do that after each one of these three sections, rather than waiting until the,
Definitely, yeah. Yeah, that's a great point. So, who would like to volunteer to go first on the community design and historic preservation? Etel?
Through the chair, I'll volunteer.
Okay.
Since I'm remote.
Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry, Seema, let me interrupt. There were questions from the public, which I don't know if staff had any answers tonight to address. Fifth Avenue came up a couple times on classifications. I think you've already addressed that, Zach, or is there some more information that you would like to share with the public?
I just wanted to share yes, in general, we had addressed that in our presentation because that had been a reoccurring comment, that we're not setting the classification so much as recognizing the classification set by Caltrans and noting that there is a connection to funding that the city receives. It is also worth noting there is a correlation to traffic calming and roadway classification, but there's also other mechanisms to look at it, such as speeds and volumes as well. So that'll be something that's Public Works will continue to be looking at actively where that can be applied. Also, with regard to historic resources, I think it's important to note the general plan is a high-level policy guidance document, and so the more specific discussion about individual policies or how the processes that go into, say, our historic preservation ordinance, that would be covered under a separate, more focused effort and wouldn't necessarily be content that goes into the general plan itself.
Thank you.
And I don't know if there was any other public comments that that you identified as needing further clarification from staff?
Those would have been the two that I noticed. Adam, do you have another?
Through the chair, just to follow up on roadway classification and traffic calming. I know there was a mention, the request, or I've heard also from other community members, interest in traffic calming measures. Are you able to go a little bit more into the relationship between roadway classification and the capacity for the city to add traffic calming measures on different roadway classifications?
Definitely. Actually, I might ask if our senior engineer, Bethany Lopez, is available and able to chime in on that topic.
Thank you.
Hi there. Yes, there is a connection between traffic calming and roadway classification. Currently, our policy restricts certain type of traffic calming on certain types of roadways that have certain classifications. However, as it was alluded to, we are looking at mechanisms to be able to implement various types of safety improvements that wouldn't necessarily rely on roadway classifications. We are also looking at trying to modify that policy and that program that would remove that relationship between the roadway classifications and various types of traffic calming.
Thank you, Bethany. So what I get from that is that we do have the capacity to change our policies that would perhaps allow us to add certain types of traffic calming measures to different types of streets, such as arterial designated streets, such as Fifth Avenue.
To answer that question, if that's what you're seeking, yes, that is the case. But as we've mentioned in some of our correspondence recently, we do have an interest in trying to realign the roadway classifications comprehensively around the city to align with the specific volumes and speeds that we're looking to achieve on those roadways. So certainly aligning with the Caltrans and FHWA designations are part of the general plan effort right now. However, there is a goal later on to do this comprehensively to reevaluate those classifications. And so the improvements could be looked at in sort of a twofold approach. Yes, we have programs and policies that we can modify ourselves that would allow for improvements on those types of roadways, but then on the other side to potentially realign the roadway classifications to more appropriately reflect the actual speeds and volumes on those roadways.
Excellent. Thank you for that answer.
Okay, thank you. So who would like to start? Please, Seema.
Okay, first up, community design and historic preservation. So a few of these I mentioned in the general plan subcommittee meeting. I'll try to keep my comments shorter because I know staff has already heard them once before, but for the benefit of my fellow commissioners, I'll just run through some of these really quickly. Policy CD 1.3, scenic corridors. I had a suggestion about mirroring the language of policy CD 1.2, which says to preserve to the extent feasible. I think that also works better with our goal to shift to objective design standards. Right now it says protect and enhance visual character, and I'm a little bit nervous about how we could write that standard in an objective and subjective way. Policy CD 3.2, which is around replacement planting or an in lieu fee when protected trees are removed. And I just raised concerns about the out-of-pocket cost that is required to do this, and wanting to make sure that, particularly for trees that are being removed for safety issues, that we have some sort of fund or policy or mechanism to enable folks who may not be able to afford the out-of-pocket cost to still be able to take care of trees that are unsafe. And then getting into historic preservation. So I spoke quite extensively about this last time. I won't repeat the exact same comments, but wanted to respond to what was mentioned in the presentation today about combining policy CD 5.1 and CD 5.2 to create a comprehensive approach to historic preservation. I've attended a couple of our general plan town halls, and I think staff has done a really great job of outlining what seems to be a very methodical process of preserving historic and culturally important resources. This process includes preparing a citywide historic context statement to guide future historic resource survey efforts and identify individually eligible resources and historic districts, that's Action CD 5.8. Then establish and maintaining an inventory of architecturally, culturally, and historically significant buildings, that's Action CD 5.9. Updating our historic preservation ordinance to create a framework for the designation of historic resources and districts, that's Action CD 5.10, and then creating objective design standards for alterations to historic resources and new development adjacent to historic resources, that's Action CD 5.12. So it's very methodical, and as a lot of commenters have alluded to, and as we've seen, I think in some editorials in the San Mateo Daily Journal, there's a lot of discussion right now about the San Mateo Heritage Alliance going through the process to prepare an application to submit to the State Office of Historic Preservation to get Baywood designated as a historic district. And the thing that strikes me about that process, as I've done more and more to try and educate myself about it, is that it does not involve the local jurisdiction in any way. Essentially, anyone can prepare an application to designate any property or set of properties in a district historic, that they can prepare and submit that application to the State Office of Historic Preservation, and then the State Office of Historic Preservation makes a ruling. They can rule that the property or district is, they can basically decide to list it in the state Register of Historic Places or declare it eligible to be listed. And the only distinction between those two is whether or not the property owner consents to having it listed. And so I don't know, maybe I do have a suggestion here, but I just wanted to point out that we have outlined a very methodical process, but it's entirely possible to circumvent that very methodical process by just having people or groups of people apply directly to the state. And so I'm not sure how we adhere to this methodical process if it is possible for it to be disregarded. So that's something I've been thinking about, what might we be able to do through our policies and through our actions to have a little bit more control about what we decide to preserve and what we decide to declare historic. And that goes on to my next comments, which is around Policy CD 5.3, our definition of historic resource. So we define historic resources to be building structures, sites, and districts that are listed or determined to be eligible for listing in the National Register of Historic Places and or the California Register of Historical Resources, designated resources in the 1989 Historic Building Survey Report, and resources found to be eligible through documentation in a Historic Resources Report. I believe the latter, resources found to be eligible through documentation in a Historic Resources Report, is referring to the historic resource reports that are created when a property that is over 50 years, if I remember correctly, submits an application. I believe that is the requirement of CEQA, that you have to do a historic resources report to determine if the property is a historic resource. And so earlier, Zach mentioned that we have a lot of leeway in our city's policies and actions about what we do. But all of our city's policies and actions, and I'm going through the list here, the higher bar for demolition of historic resources, that's Action CD 5.10, additional review and permitting procedures, that's CD 5.12, and design standards for historic resources, I think that's also CD 5.12. They all reference that definition of historic resources that includes eligible and listed resources, which means if we play this out, if the Baywood neighborhood or 5 additional neighborhoods are all designated historic, then those policies and actions will apply to all of the properties in all of those neighborhoods. And so I don't know how we can fine tune those policies and actions if we're saying in this general plan that anything that is declared eligible or listed has to adhere to those policies and actions. So I continue to believe that we should be very thoughtful about that definition. I understand that the federal definition of historic resources includes eligible and that the state definition in CEQA includes the word eligible, but I think we still have the option to not include the word eligible, which would then allow us to fine tune our own policies and actions and not end up with huge swaths of our city then subject to these policies and actions when maybe that was not our intention. And yeah, I'm just trying to imagine a world in which every property that wants to be demolished in 6 neighborhoods has to go to city council for approval, and just how much time that would take on the city council calendar. And I'm not sure that's what we want. It feels like we're making those decisions right now because of the way that we're defining historic resources. So at the end, I'll summarize with like a specific recommendation that I would like my fellow commissioners to weigh in on. Policy, actually, that was a question I got answered previously. And then I think the changes to the design language answer another one of my comments. Okay, so that was all for that element. The next one is conservation, open space, and parks. So policy 7.2 acreage standards, there was a public comment about this that asked that a broad scope of open space is accepted, including plazas, paseos, parklets, trails, courtyards, and amenity terraces. I think that's an interesting request. I'm not sure about terraces or parklets, but I think, plazas, paseos, courtyards, those all make sense to me in terms of what we consider to be open space. That comment also asked that developer-funded park improvements are included in the Parks Master Plan. Developer-funded park improvements that are included in the Parks Master Plan continue to receive credits from park fees. That makes sense to me as well. So I just wanted to call those 2 things out from a public comment. And then that was my only one for that element. And then the next one was noise, which I did not have any comments on that element apart from a very specific public comment that we referenced at the draft EIR. So I don't think we need to go through that again. All right, those are all my comments on those 3. And then Chair, if at the end we want to go through and make like specific recommendations or requests for support from our fellow planning commissioners, we can do that at the end of this section, I guess.
Yes, we'll do it at the end of this section.
Great.
Thank you, Seema.
Thank you.
Margaret?
Sure, I'll go ahead next. So we're doing community design, historic preservation, conservation. We're doing the first bullet point there.
Yes.
Okay. So starting with community design and historic resources element, the first 3 points I wanted to make are kind of minor. I just don't know that they're applicable items. CD 1.2, while I think this is a nice to have, it's not very feasible if new taller buildings are going up. I've already seen it where the people in the buildings benefit from the views, but those at the ground level or pedestrians are losing views to the foothills. So I just don't know how feasible or pertinent that one is. That was CD 1.2. Okay, CD 1.3 is related to scenic corridors for San Mateo County's general plan. And I also don't know how that's applicable because the county's general plan has scenic corridors that are not going to be affected, such as 280 and ridge lines, coastlines. I don't think within the footprint of the city that those scenic corridors would be affected. So I don't know that CD 1.3 is really applicable. CD 3.8 also doesn't seem applicable. So it's trees, like a stand of trees or Which one was that? CD 3.8. It's going to take a lot of scrolling here. Preserve the visual character of stands or groves of trees and the design of new. I mean, I guess it's fine to leave it. I don't know that it really, I'm not sure where that really would be. But anyway, okay, so, and then, let's see, the next one I had a comment on here was, I think, historic stuff. So, oh, shoot. Lost my, okay. CD 5.2, I kind of zeroed in on. I appreciate Seema's comments on this. And I think I specifically looked at 5.2 because of the way it was worded. And I'm going to just start by giving my little spiel about, you know, as an architect, as a practicing architect, I'm really torn on this issue of historic preservation. When I moved from my 1920 house in Oakland across the bay, I was first attracted to San Mateo because of the old craftsman-style homes and Spanish Revival and arts and crafts homes. So to discount all of that is, I think, you know, short-sighted. I loved living in Berkeley and Oakland in the historical neighborhoods over there. So San Mateo has that also, and I think it's worth noting. And you know, this whole discussion probably needs a little more attention, I think, because of the current plans in place, as Seema talked about. But given my love of historic homes, that's my basis. That's where my starting point is. However, so as I read CD 5.2, I think the thing that hit me was that it says concentrations of historic areas, such as the Baywood neighborhood. So I think that's where that word alone, I think, is creating concerns, because if that wasn't there, we would be looking at it as more of like individual buildings. And I do think there's that needs to be ironed out, I guess. Are we looking at this on a building by building basis or as a entire historic neighborhood? So I guess I don't really have the answers on all of this, but I think it's worth further discussion. Okay, I'm just going to keep going. It keeps happening. Let me see what this next one was. I said on 5.11, I guess I felt like this was vague language. Whenever it says explore the option to create incentives. So this is action item CD 5.11. Explore the option to create incentives to preserve historic and cultural resources. I know, Zach, you talked a bit about what action items mean and what that looks like over the course of time. Some are different than others. I guess I struggle with that word explore because it just seems rather vague to me. Okay, and then I'm going to look at, I wish my computer wouldn't keep doing that. 6.10 was about lighting. So I've talked about this before. 6.10 is about nighttime lighting, requiring nighttime lighting to be energy efficient, designed to minimize light pollution and light spillage while protecting public safety. I guess I'd like to see that a little bit stronger. I mean, I feel like maintaining sort of dark sky design is important, and minimizing light pollution. I'm not sure if that's a strong enough statement. I would like to see it perhaps talk about maintaining dark sky. All right, I think that was everything for this one. We talked about historic preservation. Okay, so then conservation, open space, and recreation. So some of these were, I guess, sort of similar. I made, oh, hold on, will I find that section? I think that I guess I should have prefaced by saying how impressed I am with, and I've said this before, all of the work and detail and thought that goes into this. And so, and then, you know, it's sort of, some things are a little bit hard to know how they would be implemented. And so that's what some of my comments are, like the first ones about the county's scenic views and such. So this comment is kind of similar. So COS 1.4 is avoidance of nesting birds. And I think it's worth having in here, but I guess I'm not sure how practical that particular item is. And in terms of, like, how is that, who's responsible for discovering that? If it's a developer or an applicant, I mean, they're not necessarily, excuse me, you know, that's not necessarily on their radar, I guess. So it's certainly worth having, but I don't know how practical it is. Let's see, COS 2.9. Let me find that one. COS 2.9 was a volunteer program. Focus volunteer resources on restoring native habitat around the city, especially in the creeks where feasible. I think this is absolutely important and should be encouraged by the city. Is there, I guess there's not necessarily any need in the general plan to include anything about partnering with, you know, relevant nonprofits or organizations that are, I mean, I don't know, like beach cleanups done by Surfrider. That doesn't apply to the city of San Mateo, but so I guess that was my, if there could be anything added to that that says that the partnering could be done with a applicable nonprofit. Some of these are a little bit of questions I probably should have asked earlier, but 4.11. Sorry, let's see. Develop and implement a plan to provide clean air refuge during times when outdoor air quality is unhealthy. Explore the feasibility of participating in state grant program. So again, there's that word explore. I think that bothers me because it doesn't seem like action-oriented enough. So we are seeing the need for clean air refuges, you know, already now each year. This year's been a good year, actually, but with, you know, the wildfires that we're going to probably continue to see affecting air quality, I think this is an important item that should be maybe stated a little bit stronger so that it becomes a action item that moves up the list somehow. It's not necessarily, we have probably implemented those for heat, but not necessarily for clean air.
If I may, through the chair, just to kind of respond to the concept of explore as an action, what that's used to define is we haven't necessarily looked at all elements of how this could be, how that action could take place. And so that's why the use of explore is put in there, because there's probably a lot of more specifics that can go into how exactly, say, for example, you could establish clean air refuges. And so it being an action, I think, is directive that we're going to take further steps. And so we don't know exactly what that final action for how we would achieve it would be. And so that's where the term explore is used.
Okay.
Sometimes specific commitment can box us in, where maybe once we get into the topic, we might understand there's other avenues that maybe are more practical or feasible within our jurisdictional level or something like that. So that's kind of why the term explore is used. But yeah, we can look at other terms if there's concurrence there.
Yeah, I mean, it probably is throughout the general plan, and maybe it's just, you know, the fact that it is an action item in itself, I guess, is worthwhile. So I feel like that's an important issue. And then, I mean, I was going to ask this question during our question clarification period, but in this conservation open space and parks area, I don't think I saw anything, unless I missed it, about community gardens. And we talk a lot about, maybe that's too specific, but we have a lot of specific information in here. And I was sort of thinking about it with, increased housing and many of it, up to, many stories high with, most multi-story buildings are not going to provide any opportunity for gardening. So I guess it seems like, and I think I hear that there's a waiting list to get a community garden plot in the city of San Mateo. So I would suggest that something could be added in this element about encouraging design of community gardens for, I guess they're sort of like rented out or something, or to residents.
Through the chair, I do want to highlight policy COS 510, which is specific to community gardens, and it talks about supporting community gardens on sites with quasi-public uses. We also do have some elements.
Okay, I knew I must have missed it.
Section do speak to urban farming and community gardens as well.
Okay, I should have done a search because I thought it must be in here. I've seen it, but then I could not find it. So thank you for that. All right, that was it. And then really on noise, I did not have any comments other than just what I had said before, that hopefully it was approved, created and approved or reviewed rather by an acoustical engineer, which of course it was. So.
One more through the chair, just to note. I mean, there was that public comment that highlighted a potential conflict in the in two noise policies, and so staff has looked at that, and we will be bringing forward a recommendation to correct one of those policies so they are in alignment, as well as to update the table so they're all internally consistent.
Thank you.
All right, that's it for me for now.
Thank you, Margaret. Martin?
Yes, through the chair. My sincere thanks and expression of gratitude to everyone that's worked on this over the years. It's an impossibly huge task. I think the times that it's come before us, it strikes me how hard it is to even hold the whole thing in your mind and discuss it. So there's a lot of wonderful work in here, and I found myself many times reading the document and sort of nodding vigorously with what I was seeing, and I'm just one opinion, but it just seemed so thoughtful and circumspect in so many ways. So my comments in general kind of focused on looking at do we have the right actions to match the policies, because I think so much work has gone into the goals and policies. I think they're broadly in good shape. So I'll have a few of those to go through. And then I have this sort of, these questions on air quality that kind of span land use and conservation, open space, and even community design. So I'm just going to kind of get that out of the way up front. And I'll try to be specific for my fellow commissioners and staff about what I'm proposing to change, so you can at least consider and react to that at the right time. So the air quality came up at the August 29th General Plan Subcommittee meeting. I may have been described as an air quality expert, which I'm not, but I remain concerned about the land use map allowing for residential land uses within 500 feet of major highways. And I again, at the meeting, I thought it was a thoughtful discussion that General Plan Subcommittee had. And there was a couple members talking about keeping an open mind. And so I wanted to do a little more research. So a few things I found. You have a 43% higher cancer risk if you live less than a mile from a busy freeway than compared to the US average. And that's from the EPA's 2014 National Air Toxics Assessment and CDC Places data. And that's over the period of your life. That's not if you rent for a year next to the highway. It's actually over a 70-year lifespan. So not to overstate the risk, but that's sort of coming from the EPA and the CDC. So diesel engine exhaust, which contains diesel particulate matter, and PM 2.5, which is a certain tiny size of particulate matter, which contains vehicle exhaust particulates, have both been classified as carcinogenic to humans by the International Agency for the Research on Cancer, and that's part of the World Health Organization. That's sort of the broader context. Now, we've been trying to fix this in California. We've had diesel particulate filters required since 2008, which are supposed to reduce particulate matter by 85%. And as of this year, diesel vehicle engines have to be replaced with cleaner burning ones. Those help reduce particulate matter, but despite that, the best data that I can find still shows that census tracts adjacent to 101 and 92 have high levels of particulate matter. The Cal EnviroScreen 4.0, which has data from 2016 and 2017, so years after diesel particulate filters were required, shows this. So it's not just an equity issue for equity priority communities. In fact, they don't even have the highest levels of diesel particulate matter in San Mateo. It's actually the area at the intersection of 101 and 92. It's as high as 95% higher than other census tracts in California. According to Cal EnviroScreen, that's about more than half a ton per year of emissions. That's, just for context, that's 6 times the emissions compared to San Mateo Park as a census tract. And you might be surprised to know that it's double the emissions rate of North Central. So it's an issue all along 101 and 92. California Air Resource Board, CARB, in their 2017 technical guidance on air quality, states that 85% of particulate matter emissions don't come from the tailpipe. It's road dust, brake dust, and tire particulates. It states that the heavier weight of electric vehicles actually will increase the amount of non-tailpipe particulates, and in the end, despite our technological advances, we will see a similar amount of PM 2.5. And sorry, it's 2.5 microns, it's like 1/70th the diameter of human hair. It gets deep into your lungs. New internal combustion engines on passenger cars will continue to be sold in California until 2035. For commercial and heavier duty vehicles, those that are more likely to be diesel, they will continue to be sold until 2045. As far as we know, those vehicles will all continue to have tires and brakes. And so we'll continue to see inhalable particles being generated. I spent a while looking at this. I was trying to find, the best relevant data that I could. I haven't found something that says that, we've significantly reduced particulate emissions along highways. So at the present moment, I feel the need to work with the data that seems to be out there. And these are sources that are referenced in the general plan. So what to do? One more piece of information. San Mateo Municipal Code 2722-100 requires exterior open space to be provided in new multifamily housing. It is, and I quote, intended to be for the use and enjoyment of the residents. So, for those residents living in housing built pursuant to this land use map, for the period of this general plan update, are we creating a health risk? I'm asking the question, are we creating a health risk by applying a residential land use adjacent to a generator of elevated cancer risk and then requiring that usable outdoor space be provided to the residents of those buildings? Is this helping us meet our goals, including Land Use 1 regarding environmental and health equity? And is it helping us meet our policies, such as Land Use Policy 8.6 for safe and sanitary homes, which says, and I quote, encourage homes and neighborhoods that are free of environmental health hazards. The CARB 2017 technical guidance points to a helpful guide by the Bay Area Air Quality Management District, BACMD, called the Planning Healthy Places, and this is referenced in the general plan as well. They have an interactive map showing areas where they recommend implementing best practices. So the areas immediately along 101 and 92 are included in areas where they recommend implementing best practices. The number one best practice is to not place sensitive land uses like homes next to the highway. In fact, place them as far from the highway as is feasible. The other workable best practices they mention for outdoor air, they mention things for indoor air, but the best workable practices for outdoor air quality are dense vegetation and sound walls. So if we don't move the homes, we have to invest in the walls and the vegetation. So That's my preamble. And let me just point to a couple of policies in the relevant sections. Thank you for indulging me, Chair. Community Design Policy 6.5, which is for US 101 highway frontage. It says, it encourages upgrading the appearance. And I'd like to suggest that here we expand the scope. It's not just improving aesthetics, but improving health outcomes. So the screening along the highway needs to mitigate noise and pollutants. So that's my comment for CD 6.5, expand the scope to include health considerations. And CD, and I would suggest an action for CD policy 6.5 to explore the feasibility and funding of this. I don't think it should just fall on private landowners. So this is COS policy 4.3. That sort of puts it on private landowners to do screening, but because I think we as a city are at odds with state and regional guidance by planning for new homes directly against the highway. So the screening that needs to be done may need to be done on public land, not private. And the city needs to take responsibility for the situation that we're creating by having residential land use in these areas. One more related to this, COS Action 410. It says to support and partner with BACMID to improve air quality. I would say we need to do more than support and partner. We need to work with them to figure out how to actually mitigate health hazards for the land use we're planning. So I would suggest for Action 410, we add language around studying the feasibility of designing and implementing screening walls and dense plantings. My last comment on this is that Goal 4, Conservation Open Space Goal 4, totally ignores the outdoor air hazards. And I think things need to change here. Okay. Those are all my comments related to air quality within this. A couple other comments on sort of more open space. COS Policy 6.1, it's about addressing the lack of access to recreational facilities for neighborhoods east of El Camino and especially east of 101. Can I suggest an action to take the equitable access analysis that's just a little bit further down in Policy 6.4? It says to do an equitable access analysis when you do a master plan. Can I suggest that we go ahead and take that action now, given the existing lack of access east of 101? Let's make an action for this to do a comprehensive accessibility gap analysis at this time to help address that lack of access east of 101. And I'll say there are opportunities. There's a piece of land, the Dale Street open space, that was dedicated to the city for parkland purposes around 1980 in the Shoreview neighborhood, and I don't think it's ever been developed. So there's some opportunities there. A couple more on open space. Open space policy 7.2. This is around that 2-acre target for dedication and acquisition. There's a broader discussion that I don't know I have to have now, but if we're targeting 2 acres of open space per 1,000 residents, and we've got double or triple that as it is, can we leave ourselves some room to consider different ways to use the funding that we're going to get? And I think that in a sense that already happens because we take funds, in lieu fees from development of new housing and use it to maintain existing parks. But can we give ourselves more, if we've actually got all the space that we need, and if we're maintaining the parks, can we consider some broadness in the action about how we use that? And my last one for COS Policy 7.3, this discusses areas in the city that are more than a 1/3 mile walk from a park. can we add an action to study solutions for those areas? So we've already got a map right here in the general plan. These are all the areas that are more than a 1/3 mile walk from park. But we don't have an action to do anything about it. So if we could add an action to try and address that, I think it's pretty important, given the emphasis on safety. But I think it supports a lot of other goals. And I think a lot of things that we do here, the goals kind of and actions, they support themselves. And so if you work on one, you're actually helping out 5 or 6 different goals that we have. This is one because if you can improve access to parks, you can actually reduce VMT because it's one less thing people have to get in their car to go and do. So it sort of offers multiple benefits. And I will leave it there for this section. And through the chair, would we at the end come back and note, the ones
Yes.
okay, thank you.
Yep. So, Adam?
Thank you, through the chair.
Would it be helpful if the guidelines was still on?
Yes, that would be helpful.
Thank you.
Thank you. So before I begin going into comments specifically on the community design, conservation, open space, and parks and noise, I just want to take a moment to appreciate the great amount of thought and work that has gone into this plan by staff and consultants. There's so many diverse opinions and voices that have been expressed over the course of this half-decade-long development. And it's an amazing amount of effort to integrate the various thoughts and priorities of people within this city. So I just want to say thank you very much, staff. There's so much content that could be discussed and affirmed or critiqued. There's many things that I like about the general plan, just as there are many things that I wish were different. Looking back 5 years over the course of the development, I remember when it started. I want to quote the 90s rock band Bush, "If I had it all again, I'd change it all." I actually probably would, but that's not where we're at right now. There's many things that I would disagree with now, or even back when it was the decisions were made. However, this general plan is so important to our city, and it is not the time to, go too far back into making massive changes. There's a lot here to like, there's a lot in here to love, and we need to make sure that the minor changes that we can make this a fantastic plan for the future. So going into that, I want to note that last week I hosted a well-attended North Central neighborhood meeting through my neighborhood organization, and there was a lot of comments, and I want to try to incorporate some of those comments into these various things. Some of the comments that I heard with regard to the topics that we're discussing in this moment include things like trees. People want better maintenance and help maintaining the trees. I think that when we're talking about our tree policies, especially on page 107, sorry, I'm scrolling because I'm going back to the page 107, we could add some language about helping the maintenance of trees. I know we do have tree maintenance as policy CD 3.5, which is preserve and regularly maintain existing city-owned heritage and street trees to keep them in safe and healthy conditions. One of the things that the North Central neighborhood has experienced over the many decades is just a relative lack of tree canopy compared to other neighborhoods. And one of the difficulties to amend that is actually the initial planting and maintenance of new trees, where they require a lot more water and trimming to make sure they're not blocking sidewalks, things like that. And that portion of maintenance seems to be a little bit beyond what policy CD 3.5 includes. And so I'd like to see something incorporated either in policy CD 3.7, which is street tree equity, about helping maintaining the new establishment of trees, especially within equity priority communities. And that's something that the neighborhood really wants to do. They're worried about, tree debris collecting and flooding, things like that. And that's, I do believe, is a policy, is contained in policies within this general plan. But the establishment of new trees for areas that aren't new development could use a little bit more help. The other thing with regard to parks and open space that I've heard from communities, they're concerned about trash, lack of maintenance of the neighborhood's infrastructure, especially, having safe and well-lit places within parks. And also, cleanliness. There's urination, defecation in parks, like Gateway Park. And that has, multiple faceted reasons for that are deep, and I'm not going to go into that in this section so much, but I think that just ensuring that there's equitable maintenance of the parks throughout the city, but especially in equity priority communities, seems to me to be something to highlight in this section. And then another thing about King Park specifically, comments I've heard is that King Park is dominated by its soccer field use, and it actually functions less as a community park than some other similar parks in other neighborhoods. And so ensuring that community parks are resources for neighborhoods going forward would be an important aspect to include in our parks policies. That's not to say that King Park needs to be redesigned. It's just that as new changes go forward, we need to ensure that community parks that are located in residential neighborhoods can best function and expand their functionality with as population increases. Another comment was King Pool is not accessible most of the year, and we need more parks in general, places to bring children, places for adults to exercise and be outside in a pleasant environment. I think that is included within our general plan, but ensuring that the policies that are involved with in creating more parks and open spaces, more access within our equity priority communities could be added as a policy. There's a lot of people in those communities, and there's a lot of demand for the open space that's there. And then the last one was, I know we have the usage of school facilities as shared use as one of our policies. I'm sorry, I can't bring it, okay. Policy COS 8.3, which is shared use, encourage schools to make their facilities available for city and community-sponsored activities to the greatest extent possible, and encourage school agencies to adopt reasonable user fees and operating practices that allow improved community access. There's a lot of school-owned property that the city only has somewhat some influence on within our equity priority communities. And there's actually limited access by the community members to those facilities, which I understand is for safety reasons, but it seems like it could be a lost opportunity to integrate future planning with our school systems to ensure that, we can eke out a little bit more park space within those communities. All right, so that is open space and parks, my comments on that. The next one I wanted to talk about in this section is the design element, the community design and historic preservation. I would like if we could go back to the the design-related slides that you showed. I'm really appreciative of those, but I just wanted to be able to comment on those. Okay, so I first want to say that I really appreciate the changes that have been incorporated in this. I would say that the last sentence, so where it says, so I'm just going to read it out. So context-sensitive design, new mixed-use and commercial development should incorporate architectural styles and elements that relate to the scale and design of surrounding buildings, including by providing breaks in the building face at spacings common to buildings in the area and by stepping back upper floors. I do think that the stepping back of upper floors is too prescriptive in this context. I think that that should be handled by more objective standards, because it's hard to know what is meant by that. Like, so at this point, it seems out of place to the rest of the sentence, where there are times when it's actually not appropriate to step back upper floors, and if we're saying that, you know, potentially all buildings would need to step back upper floors, then that gets us into a bit of a pickle from a design perspective. So I would just eliminate that last phrase, and by stepping back upper floors. It's not to say that we don't step back upper floors in many contexts. It's just that I worry that we would have to step back upper floors in all contexts. And then the other one, the objective design standards, I just want to say I appreciate the context-appropriate architectural styles. I think that that's a great addition that you've included into this. And then going to CD 5.3, I know has already been a fair amount of discussion about that one, which is about the definition of historic resources. And my 2 cents is that we just define historic resources as those elements that are listed in the National Register or California Register. So that's my 2 cents on that. And then the other part is, the last one is noise. So noise is always a frustrating topic that I hear about in my neighborhood and from my neighbors. But a lot of it is you know, people wishing that noise was better policed or regulated, such as, you know, automobile noises that are inappropriately loud, you know, weed whackers, leaf blowers, things like that. And we do have some talk about you know, reducing or regulating noise, which is policy in 2.1. Regulate noise in San Mateo to prohibit noise that is annoying or injurious to community members. And I worry that we're not achieving that goal right now. And I'm curious if we could have some sort of action that would, you know, guide the city in the future to better assess and facilitate policy in 2.1. Because I understand that that is, you know, something that we're trying to do to achieve goal in 2. But I worry that there's no actual action for that. And noise is just something that is constantly on people's minds as an annoyance in my neighborhood. And that's unfortunate. So I wish I had a specific action, but again, I think that we're partway there with the noise regulation policy, but having some sort of way to assess noise impacts that are not development related or not, you know, in a sense planning related, but just general day-to-day noise that we unfortunately have to deal with. All right, so those are my comments on that chunk of the general plan.
Thank you, Adam. For community design and historic preservation, my concern with historic districts and the effect that it could have on our city would bring a lot of negative aspects, which the city would have to deal with in perpetuity. One of my biggest concerns with historic districts, not historic properties, as I think it's extremely important to protect historic properties and learn from the past, and but not let them hold you back from planting a better future. I think the historic districts, as Seema Patel has pointed out, will finally be decided by bureaucrats in the state capitol, and it will not be a local issue that will be judified here. My thoughts initially have been, per AB 686, the duty to affirmatively further fair housing extends to all of the public agencies' activities and programs relating to housing and community development. Historic districts, especially those in racially concentrated areas of affluence, are in direct conflict to state law SB and state law SB 9. So I think it's somewhat out of our hands, but I think it's, as I mentioned months ago, a topic that I hope the city of San Mateo will aggressively follow and manage to the best that they're able to for a positive output for the city at large. Conservation, open space, and parks. I'm spoiled. I live right next to a beautiful park in San Mateo. It's a pleasure to be able to walk to the park and enjoy it at any time of the day. What I would like to see, I know the budgets for the parks are always so compacted or impacted, and parks are a perfect place to engage the neighborhoods, the public, to help maintain. It's amazing to me how much work goes into the parks and how much labor has to be there. But I think that if the public was more engaged and not waiting for the city to do everything, the parks would be the place where great volunteer corps could help. My concern with the lack of progress in getting our creeks to the point where they even appear to be healthy is discerning. I also have a creek right next to my house, the Laurel Creek, and it unfortunately looks much more like coffee than it does water. And they're such an important ecosystem, and they also help us tremendously with flood control. And they're not that hard to bring back. It takes time, it takes effort, but I don't see the concentration of work or effort being put into our riparian waterways and the whole bodies. It's really sad to me. Noise. I was shocked when I read the EIR, and I think there was an addendum, or I guess it was an addendum of about roughly 25 pages, and there was not one mention of leaf blowers. And leaf blowers have been an issue in this city for well over 20 years. The discussion started with Mayor Groom, and she tried desperately to get rid of leaf blowers. It continued to be an issue. It continues to be an issue today. And if I hear anything in my neighborhood about noise, and I live right next to 101, but if I hear anything in my neighborhood about noise, it's about leaf blowers. And the problem with that is that leaf blowers are not governed by OSHA. So if they're not governed by OSHA, that means that the rules and regulations that the manufacturers have in place take over the regulations that the cities can enforce. Well, all leaf blowers have the DB of 60, 70, 80 rating, and that rating, per the manufacturer's guidelines, says do not use them anywhere closer than 50 feet to the neighboring property. Well, that's virtually impossible to use that machine in San Mateo, yet we allow it to continue. And I'm somewhat frustrated that we are not able to at least measure it and see what the real problems are in the neighborhood, because that is the noise concern that I hear on a regular basis. That's it for my part of this discussion. Do we want to circle back now and see if we want to make some joint clarifications on those items? And we can start with SEMA. I only had one item for you, SEMA, and that was the historic language component. Was that right?
Yes, and my recommendation would be to do what Commissioner Nugent suggested and strike the word eligible from our definition of historic resources. I don't know how much more we need to talk about this, but things like state housing law will exempt areas and districts that are listed on the state register or designated as a city historic district. And so I'm just worried that by us including the word eligible, we are basically really constraining ourselves and taking control away from property owners, right? Because if property owners consent to historic designation, then they get listed. It's only when they don't consent that they get declared eligible instead. And so I feel like, if a majority of property owners in a district or an individual property owner wants to pursue it, that's great. And then all of our local regulations and actions and policies can apply. But, if our city jurisdiction, if our staff and our council don't support it, and if our property owners don't support it, then I don't want to accidentally bind us into something very constraining because we have that word eligible in there.
Okay.
So TLDR, my recommendation is we remove the word eligible from the definition. And I realize FECA will still apply and federal environmental protection will still apply, but it will give us that freedom in our local policies and actions to have more control beyond beyond those other federal and state laws.
Thank you, Seema. How do the rest of the commissioners feel about that?
Through the chair, if that does help, I did thank you, Commissioner Patel. I've learned a lot from just listening to everything you were explaining at the GPS meeting, and there's been a lot of work from staff. So thanks everyone for helping try to help me understand the issue. If it helps us kind of retain a little more discretion and local control, and in knowing what Commissioner Patel just mentioned, then I support it as well.
Great. And Margaret?
I'm just looking again. I lost that part. I think I would agree. I guess I'm going to study it a little bit more, but I think I would agree.
Mr. Nugent?
Yeah, I would agree. Yeah.
Okay. And I would agree. Okay. So, Martin, do you have a few items you would like to discuss with us?
Through the chair, is this my opportunity to bring up, are we just going through Commissioner Patel's or through anybody's?
I think we've taken care of Commissioner Patel's requests.
That was my only specific recommendation out of those elements. So on to you.
Thank you.
Okay, I mean, so are you asking me to bring up items that I had
Would
walked
like
through?
to change verbiage in either policy or action or goal?
Sure, I know I walked through, if we're talking about my own, I would point to, actions about feasibility of funding and implementing sound and air quality barriers. I would point to stronger language for action 4.10.
So which was the first?
Sorry, yeah, we'll go back in order. Community design policy 6.5. So I would just say we add an action here. So I don't know, sorry, what number that would be based on how many actions we have listed, but related to policy 6.5, an action to explore the feasibility of funding and implementing pollutant screening for housing close to highways.
And does that include improving health outcome and explore feasibility for funding?
It does, precisely, yes. Someone could say just, you could also amend action 410, which discusses partnering with Backman to improve air quality. You could just make that action more robust and have that include exploring the feasibility of funding and implementing this screening.
So what do you think would have the best possibility of making an impact for the general plan?
I just want to see it as an action, so I would actually leave it to staff if you want to add a new action or add text to an existing action, but my recommendation is that we make it clear that we have a responsibility as a city to take steps to find pathways to find feasibility of designing, funding, and constructing screening walls and dense planning that mitigates air quality hazards adjacent to US 101 and 92.
Okay, so that's 6.5?
Let's call it action 410, amend action 410 to include that.
Action 4, okay. So we're not going to do 6.5?
No, 6.5 is just a policy. I think let's leave that and let's just focus it on 410.
Okay. Do you have others?
Yes. If that is my one about air quality, then my other ones were about parks. So an action within goal 6, which is to perform a comprehensive accessibility gap analysis for recreational facilities.
Is this a new action?
Yes, new action. And one more, which would be an action to study solutions for areas of the city that are more than a 1/3 mile walk from a park.
And what would that action look like?
Let's say study solutions to ensure that all residents are within a 1/3 mile walk of a park. So that could mean land acquisition, creation of pocket parks. Yeah. There's actually, it's surprising how many areas of the city don't have access, so, yeah.
Okay. So the first one would be 4.10 to mitigate?
Yes.
Okay. And what verbiage do you specifically have for that? Zach, did you want to chime in?
I think it would be under 6, not 4. 4 is archaeological. I think you meant it would be an action in the 6 series.
Oh, I must have incorrectly written down action 410 as being related to Backman. Maybe it must be 610 relates to Backman. Yes. Thank you, Zach. So yeah, amend action 610 to include study the feasibility of funding and constructing walls that mitigate air quality hazards.
Actually, 610 is nighttime lighting. Yeah, is this just a new action?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm sorry. I don't know which. Let me search Backman real quick and figure out.
I think what I was, at my notes said it was an action to correlate with policy 6.5, but it would be a new action. Is that correct?
Through the chair?
Yes.
Are you referring to COS on 4.10 on page 136, Commissioner?
That's what I wrote down was
So this
COS.
is
Yes.
open space, not
Yes.
3D design.
Yes, sorry. I was sort of touching on issues of both. Thank you. So this is to amend action COS 410.
COS 410.
Yes.
Right, okay.
So I've got 3 in total there.
Do we start with 410?
Please.
Okay.
I support it.
So, SEMA?
Yes,
You're-
I would support that.
Okay.
I'm sorry, can you please explain what the difference is between 410 as written and what you're suggesting?
Yes, 410 as written says to support and partner with BACMD to improve air quality issues. And I'm looking to give it specificity and teeth, specifically regarding areas adjacent to highways 101 and 92 where there appears to be air quality hazards.
To the chair, so we don't want to exclude other areas that may have unknown conditions. So if we were to include a specific area like adjacent to Highway 92 and 101, we need to also leave that open for any place else.
Through the chair, I agree. And the fine tuning of the language yet would not be meant to redirect this action, but to add to it. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, I guess it would be added that specific attention should be provided for the areas along state highways 101 and 92, notwithstanding.
I don't think we should locate it. I think it should be dictated by the current, or the most current source of technical reports.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. El Camino could turn into this.
Yeah.
Right.
So it's where the Bay Area Air Quality and state boards identify these issues. So you don't
I
want,
agree.
you don't want to exclude any possibilities.
Correct, yes.
Okay.
That makes sense.
I'm sorry, I don't want to put you on the spot, but I'm just trying to figure out what exactly we're agreeing to.
I'm happy to be put
Yeah.
on the spot to the best of my ability. What I'm looking to do is make sure the city has some responsibility to follow through on the environmental conditions that are created by putting housing next to areas with elevated carcinogenic emissions.
Mm-hmm.
And so reading through the technical data and the guidance from CARB and BACMD, the number one thing to do is just don't do it. Just don't put the land use in that location. But we're not talking about land use right now. So what we can do, according to BACMD, is design screening walls and dense vegetation. And they show diagrams where loose vegetation doesn't work. So they have some studies. So I think keeping it somewhat tied to BACMD is important because they're providing some guidance on things you can do to try to improve the air quality and reduce the risk. So to your point, do we need to even mention the particular methods? Probably not. I don't know, we need to say sound barriers and or noise, walls, sorry. They call them noise walls, but they're actually stopping the particulates, which are heavier than the air and tend to collect near the ground. So we could just say...
Practices?
Yeah, study the feasibility of implementing best practices as defined by Backman or others.
Mm-hmm.
And funding. Funding and
Yes.
implementation.
Yeah, that's right. Yep.
Through the chair, just a couple of clarifying questions. We do have a COS policy 4.9, which is air pollution exposure for new developments that is located within 1,000 feet of the 101 and 92 require installation of enhanced ventilation systems and other strategies to protect people from respiratory goes into it. Is that getting to what it sounds like this is? So is policy 4.9 actually what you're looking for? Because the clarifying part is we have private property abutting state highway right-of-way. So the city doesn't have direct control over either of those pieces. So we can regulate what goes on the private property when a new development is proposed there. We would have more direct control over that. Requiring that within the right-of-way is different and I think more challenging. I think especially vegetation, which my understanding is Caltrans isn't necessarily interested in a lot of trees within their right-of-ways because of the maintenance and other issues. So would it be more appropriately focused on around this policy 4.9? That appears to get it close to what you're articulating right there.
May I? Thank you. Thanks for the comment. It absolutely does not get at what I'm talking about because I'm talking about outdoor air quality. People in San Mateo should have equitable access to clean outdoor air. And I'm very confident that we have solutions for indoor air, and I think policy 4.9 is very important to help make sure we have that. But I don't read it saying anything about outdoor air. And in fact, according to Backman, the only things you can do are walls, dense vegetation, or just don't put housing there. So I take your point that the city doesn't control the public land of the highway, but we do control our own private land, and we're electing to put housing here. So we have to take responsibility, is my very strong feeling. And I don't think that there are other places, I'll say, in this document, such as along the railroad tracks, where we talk about coordinating with agencies that do control the land to try to mitigate sound. So if we're willing in other places to work with other landowners, state agencies, et cetera, to deal with a hazard, be it noise in that case, I would query, why can't we do the same here?
I guess would you want to just include indoor and outdoor in 4.9?
We could, yeah, we could do that, but I don't like the idea of putting it just on the development because you're just going to raise the cost of housing.
To the chair, but as you said, the city doesn't have control over the freeway right-of-way, for instance, or even El Camino Real right-of-way.
But we do have the control over zoning. So if you're actually zoning the area that is exposed to a known hazard, you should then mitigate it to the best of your ability.
Well, we talked about that in our housing element discussions when we got to those zones along the freeways.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know if those were completely, I think we were pretty diligent about that. I don't know how that all sorted out, but yeah, I'm just not sure what you specifically want to add to that line item.
Through the chair, we're going to talk about land use. I have specific recommendations about zoning, because you're right, Commissioner Williams, we did in our planning commission meeting align on some stuff and make some recommendations, and ultimately those recommendations were not adopted. And I think now we have an opportunity to make recommendations again, and we can do that. But I think right now the question before us is, if we assume that there is going to be housing built in areas where there is elevated carcinogenic risk, do we as a city feel responsible for exploring funding to mitigate that risk? And do we want to put in action against that? And I'll jump to the conclusion and say, like, yes, I support that. If we are going to zone the land that way, then we need to figure out how to fund mitigating that risk. We cannot require, to Commissioner Wiggins' point, if we require the developers to fund mitigating that risk, it will just make the housing more expensive.
Through the chair, could I add one other observation? I don't want to force us into a corner where we just go talk to Caltrans and they don't, return our calls. But we have city streets as well, and if the particular area that I'm, just want to use as an example because it's in the highest sort of area of diesel particulate matter, is in study area 8 along Amphlett, and I don't know why.
8 or 7?
That is 8, I do believe. 7 is north along 101.
Right.
8 is closer to the 101-92 interchange.
Okay.
So just north of the interchange, study area 8 along Amphlett Boulevard. That's the Courtyard Marriott over there.
Yeah.
There's no sound wall there. If there was a sound wall there, it would both reduce particulates and noise, by the way. And I get that that can't necessarily be done. We can't control the implementation of that, but we have our city street. That's a wide street. Can we not, again, I don't want to get ahead of ourselves, and staff has made excellent points that we're at a very high level right now. So we're just trying to express an intent. And so this to me is where the word explore comes into things. Try to find some solutions. So, sorry.
So, I'm sorry. So that is an important clarification. The word explore is what we're going to use.
That was my suggestion.
Yes.
Yeah, it was, and I take
Correct.
Zach at his word that explore. He's right. Explore means a lot of things at this point. We don't know all the ins and outs of it. But right now, there's nothing in here. There's no acknowledgement of this. No, I don't. That's not fair. There's no acknowledgement. There's actually language in the preamble to this section talking about the elevated diesel particulate matter. So I just don't see anything in the actions and policies that are addressing outdoor air quality adjacent to what we today have identified as these areas with an exterior air issue. So.
Okay. So, it seems like a feasible option to me to note it in this section. It does pertain to land use also, so it could actually come up more than once.
I have other ideas when we get to land use.
Right.
As do I.
Yes. Okay, so do we want to change 4.10 to the verbiage that Martin has described or proposed?
If I could just make a recommendation, I think it would be cleaner as a separate action since this is going to be a different exploration than what we might do with Bachman.
Okay.
That's through the chair. That's fine by me.
Sounds good to me. What number would you like to make it?
Well, Chair, it would appear to be 412 would be the next in
412?
line. Yeah.
Okay.
We have a 411, so this
Okay.
would be 412.
All right.
I don't think I should have that much control authoring this, but
I think if it's explore, I can get behind that. I'm not fully understanding what we're proposing, but I think if it's just an exploration, I can get behind that. I understand the issue.
Well, I agree with Commissioner Nugent. I'm not super clear because I think if we wordsmith the exact words, that would be helpful, but maybe we don't need to do that here. But as I've said, I think that explore to me just seems vague. But I guess it's consistent, and so I won't object to it any further.
Great.
I just wish there was a little bit more than what. I guess, yeah, I mean, I think that the general idea is we want to introduce 4.12 that will have an action item to explore how to better address outdoor air quality in areas of high pollution or contaminants. Okay.
And the next one, Martin?
Thank you, Chair. Two others in open space related to parks. And action under Goal 6 and this is related to a lack of recreational facilities east of El Camino and especially east of US 101, which is already identified, but there's not really, I'm just sort of naively thinking that in general, the actions are the to-do list. I think I heard that it described that way. So it just sounds to me, looking straightforward, we know there's a lack of access to recreational facilities. Let's make an action to go ahead and do a comprehensive accessibility gap analysis and with an emphasis on neighborhoods east of El Camino and especially east of 101 and propose solutions.
I'm sorry. Is it COS 6.5?
It would be,
Through the chair, there is a policy COS 7.3, walkable parks and amenities. Are you looking for an action to support that policy?
that's my second one. This one pertains to really 6.1, because 6.1 says to address the lack of access to recreational facilities for neighborhoods east of El Camino, especially east of US 101. If people want to say that we don't need an action because the policy says to address it, that's fine too. To me, the policy is really about providing access, and because the policy happens to mention this particular lack, I would suggest an action to try to ameliorate that.
I feel like it's probably covered as a policy.
So say again what you're saying, because I'm curious if that is overlapping with policy COS 7.3?
One could do that. The note on 7.3 is dealing with areas that are more than a third of a mile. And that actually exists throughout the city, not just east of 101 and so I was trying to target, I was considering the idea that you would target particular actions at particular policies. And so because we have this language in policy 6.1 about addressing the lack of access east of 101, I would think let's have an action for that. And because we have a separate policy that talks about provide access to recreational opportunities that are 1/3 of a mile from residents, well, we also don't have that separately. So I would think a separate action to tackle that.
So I just have a question. When I look at this map that is, I don't know, it's on page 138. It seems like most of the parks are east of El Camino and 101, except for like Beresford, and because Central Park's east of 82 of El Camino, and then on over to Shoreline Trail and Ryder Park. And in that map, it looks like the only one. I mean, there's a couple small ones, I guess.
Well, but it's been identified as.
And perhaps staff could explain why the
maybe-
language
maybe
exists.
The accessible facilities doesn't actually apply.
I mean,
So-
it looks like there's a lot of distance between like any of the parks on the west side of El Camino and, any of those residents, just according to this map.
And through the chair, Commissioner Williams, COS 5, just below it, 139, kind of gives that visual of the 1/3 mile. So every,
Which one? COS?
just go right down page 139.
Got it.
This is showing the areas more than 1/3 mile away, which are, to me, they're kind of all over the city. So maybe it's a misprint. Maybe there's not an issue with a lack of access to recreational facilities east of 101. I just saw it in the policy.
Oh, yeah.
And thought, sounds more like an action than a policy to me.
That's weird
Yeah,
because then
you
there's
can't really
this,
tell because the circles are all intertwined.
but then there's some areas where there's no circles at
Yeah.
all, no purple. And there's no parks over there.
Well, yeah, anything with no purple means it's more than 1/3 mile walk.
Oh, got it. Thank you.
Yeah. You could flip it. If you flip the graphic visually, then it'd be, oh, these are all the blind spots. But yeah.
I'm sorry to interject, but I just want to provide a time check, and also the idea of, I mean, we can have higher level recommendations without wordsmithing. This is still a draft general plan. So just a reminder, we're still in group 1 here.
Yep. So, Martin, looking at this map, I don't know if the statement by staff in that one item is accurate.
I would just, in the interest of time, if this commission wants to consider actions related to these 2 items, we could leave it to staff to wordsmith, or if the commission feels that simply putting the language in policies is sufficient, then that's fine with me too. My lens was, we have great policies, do our actions support them? It was kind of the way I was looking at it. So I'm happy to go with either way the commission feels.
Okay. I think as staff has stated, they are going to take all of our recommendations or considerations under consideration, and we have to just trust that that will happen. But I don't want to discourage you from feeling the importance of getting actions associated with policies or vice versa.
Through the chair, I'm also interested in staff clearly hearing what a majority of the commissioners wants. So if everyone has an opportunity to weigh in, that's more than enough for me.
Okay.
Through the chair, I'll just note that I think, an accessibility analysis in both, and I hesitate to use the word explore again, but investigating what we can do to ensure that all of our residents are within walking distance of a park. Those are 2 things that I feel are important in a general plan that is considering a 20-year time window.
I appreciate that, Seema. I'm not so sure I haven't seen some verbiage of that through the environmental justice components interspersed throughout different parts of the document. I can't say I have for sure, but I think it has been addressed at some level. But I think it is important to have access, there's no doubt.
Yeah, I feel like the parks section is pretty solid in terms of, I understand the need for making sure that people have access to parks and parks closer to where they live, and also the difficulty it is to acquire new land for parks. I'm just not sure I understand the nuance of what you're looking to change, and so I don't want to be trouble.
I don't either, believe me. As we go years on from this, and we're not commissioners, and staff has changed, and counselors have changed, and each year council sets policies and priorities and makes budget trade-offs. People will look back on this visionary document and try to decipher the intent of the framers. And so, is it, we've identified issues with the parks, it's clear, or lack of access. And so do we think the policy is enough for it to be addressed in the future? So it's totally fine for people to say, yeah, it's pretty solid. We'll I don't think it needs an action. I didn't mean for it to take up actually a lot of time. It was just sort of, for me, a belt and suspenders. Actions are free. We're not paid by the word, so add it. Didn't seem like a big lift. And I can't imagine any, it's hard to imagine any like negative outcomes of making an action to try to increase access to parks. So, but that's all I was after, and we do have a lot of other things to get to tonight. So I don't need to say any more unless people ask me more.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so let me go through the three confirmation things that I wanted to touch on. So the first was with the design, the design policies that were provided in the presentation. I just want to make sure that people are okay with eliminating that last clause about stepbacks as being, so it's not a requirement, so that we don't force our hand that stepbacks for everything for mixed-use development.
Through the chair, yes, I agree.
Through the chair, yes, I agree with that one too. I think it should be left to define in the objective design standards, and that's where we should be prescriptive and not in this higher level document.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, could you repeat it, please?
Sure. Actually, can we go to that section, to that, again, I want to say the changes are great. I just.
Oh, yes, okay.
Remember where we were looking at this?
Yes, I do. I agree. You
Okay.
actually need to go to it.
Okay, thank you. And then the next one was tree establishment assistance in equity priority communities for existing non-redeveloped properties. I think we have a lot of good policies around increasing trees. I think the only thing that's missing is figuring out an action to assist that initial stage of tree establishment. That's crucial because there's a lot of trees that, or not a lot, but there's some trees that will perish before they're established and they don't need the water. Okay, so I'm getting nods. Does anybody have a problem with adding that as, okay.
Through the chair, put it on my staff hat. Does CD 311 get at that? I'm trying to scroll to it. I just noticed it when we were there earlier.
Yep.
I think it's.
Let me see.
I think it's CD 311. Maybe it's COS 311. I hope I wrote it down right.
And through the chair, this may also be a staff question, but don't we have a street tree planting program where you can request a street tree from the city and the city will just come plant one?
Yes, we do.
Yes, and this is beyond that. The issue is that there's some community members and properties that need help maintaining the early establishment of street trees. And so this tree support for low-income homeowners is more or less explore funding sources and other forms of city support for low-income homeowners to plant or replace trees on their property. So that's specifically their property. I'm talking about street trees that the city provides.
And the city intends to maintain.
Intends to maintain. There's
well.
some street tree failures that have occurred just simply because they're not getting watered for whatever reason. And they only need watering for like 5 years and then they're good to go. And so I'm just looking to get an action where we can get more assistance for particularly city property trees in equity priority communities.
And that's it.
That's it.
Through the chair. Yes.
Through the chair, if I wanted to put my staff hat on, does that need to be an action or can that just be a modification to our street tree policy and procedures to provide watering in addition to planting the tree?
If I was going to suggest using 311 and add support for low-income homeowners to plant, replace, and maintain, would that get at what you're...
Or establish, and establishment, and maintain.
That maintenance piece. So the funding is more than just planting the tree. It's also kind of establishing and maintaining.
And but that needs to include city property trees. Sorry, I don't have.
The city trees are actually maintained for the first, I don't know if it's for 5 years, but the intent is that when, I mean, we could add it in there, but I think that it's.
They're not maintained, sorry. just, I wish they were, but they're not necessarily getting maintained.
Right.
Oh, in that neighborhood. Correct.
Policy 3.5 does talk about preserving and maintaining existing city-owned heritage trees and street trees, so I think the policy's there, the question is implementation, so.
I think the establishment is different than the maintenance and ensuring like branches aren't hazards. I think it's a specific, very specific thing that could be incorporated into that policy of maintenance, but just assistance in the establishment of street trees on city property, not private property, not, so it's just a really minor note. Yeah.
I'm good with that.
Okay.
Perfect.
And then the other
Sorry,
one.
through the chair, are we gonna all go around and say whether we support these? Like, is Commissioner Nugent just listing them out right now, and then we'll go through and like officially say yes or no we support, or are we supposed to be doing the yes or no we support right now?
We're doing
I think we've already supported both of his first two items. Sorry if you had not logged or weighed in. I thought you had.
No worries. I actually believe you did not say whether you, so I was keeping track, whether you supported the first item, the eliminate the clause about the step backs from design standards. I heard 4 yeses, but I didn't hear one from you.
I didn't get the vote because it was determined that my vote was not necessary.
I see. Okay. And then I will chime in and officially say I support establishment of trees that are owned by the city. So
I appreciate you noticing that I had not voted the last time, though I did feel somewhat left out.
Okay.
Also.
So we're good with this?
Yes.
They only said that we needed 3 people, right?
We only need 3, yeah.
Thank you. That was actually it. The other one that I was thinking about and toying with was the walkable parks and amenities that you had been discussing, but I feel like I don't have anything substantial enough to add to what's already been put, which is, yeah.
Great. Have we closed this item, or Margaret?
Well, we didn't talk about mine, but mine, I don't know. I'm going to sort through and eliminate some of my comments. But the one that I feel like seems unnecessary that I will keep in the discussion is CD 1.3 about San Mateo County scenic corridors. And I just don't think that makes sense to me. And I want to just have that noted, that it seems like an unnecessary item to have in the general plan because they're not adjacent to areas of development.
And to the best of my knowledge, the city of San Mateo has one view corridor that I'm technically aware of, and it's in Bay Meadows. And it was.
So through the chair, I looked this up in the general plan subcommittee meeting because we referenced the San Mateo County general plan scenic corridors, and there are no scenic corridors on that general plan within the city of San Mateo.
No,
right, and not even adjacent to like the city of San Mateo that would be applicable to.
Although I guess if the county were to designate a scenic corridor over the next 20 years that is in San Mateo, then this would apply. So maybe it's like abstract future proofing.
Okay, so do we just leave it in and not note anything about it? Okay. All right, my other comments probably don't matter too much in terms of, I guess the others, CD 6.10 was, I had a note to add a statement to maintain dark sky. I don't think that we should have uplights on buildings or in the, that all exterior lighting should be downlights. And we don't really specify that. It's, I think it might be part of Cal Green building code. Mm-hmm. And so I feel like it's worth including. It just says light pollution, and that doesn't really tell us what that means. So I think that it should designate downlights.
I thought light pollution was covered by state law, building code, where the vast majority of it is about the direction of downlights. You can't have lights above buildings that are reflecting up. I think it's already covered by code.
Right, but I feel like we should state that here, that
I think it's in our code. I don't mean to be
in our California building code, but not, it's not stated in the general plan. It's just stated as light pollution. But I don't know if that's clear enough for everybody else.
Zach, as it pertains to light pollution, what guidelines do the city of San Mateo follow?
I don't have a specific answer there. I would think minimizing light pollution and light spillage to adjacent properties would be an appropriate amount of language in the general plan to guide a more specific policy or code action. Requiring specific downlighting might be a bit specific, but I'll leave that to the commission if you want to make a recommendation or not.
I know there's been times when members of the public have asked for, extra lighting, and, I feel like it might help to have more specifics in the general plan, that it should be downlighting. But I don't know if anyone agrees or not.
I don't disagree. I just, considering what Zach had said and whether this is sufficient already or not, I don't know. Like, I don't disagree with you. I'm not sure.
Okay, we could keep going. Like you said, we have a lot. Let me just see if I had anything else that was. A number of my items were kind of more questions, I guess. Like clean air refuge areas. I think, I was just stating that I think that's important. I think actually, to Commissioner Wiggins' point, is that an action item? Let me look and see. Because I feel like
through the
that
chair.
should be an action item.
It's action COS 411.
Okay.
And
I didn't know if that was a policy or an action item, but yeah, okay. All right, I'm happy. It needs to be.
Okay, so have we addressed all of our concerns in bullet point 1 successfully? Great. I would like to take 5 minutes before we go on to bullet point 2.
Okay.
I'm hoping we don't have to continue this. Okay.
Some discussion. Those 3 kind of all fall into public works, public sphere, and then the remaining 3 are the first one. Well, I'm happy to sit back and keep answering about that. I'll let you know when I concert work during this meeting, and I usually go through it in a week. So it's good. But in case anybody has any wacky questions. Cool.
Oh, I was looking at you. You were looking at me. There you go. Martin, it's time. Oh. Sorry.
No, thank you.
Okay, we'll resume the meeting and go on. The meeting is resumed, and we will move on to circulation, public services, and facilities and safety. Seema, would you like to start?
Sure, I can do that. In the interest of time, I'm gonna cut down some of these comments because I said them at the general plan subcommittee meeting. So please bear with me while I edit in real time. Okay, so our first policy C 1.1 specifically references reducing greenhouse gas emissions from transportation by increasing mode share options for sustainable travel modes such as walking, bicycling, and public transit. I said this before, I'm wondering if we want to be more explicit and not just say reduce greenhouse gas emissions, but reduce vehicle miles traveled, maybe in addition to greenhouse gas emissions. Maybe instead of. There were two proposed actions submitted by Move San Mateo that I think are worth including. And I'll call this out again when we go in a circle and talk about if we agree. One of these proposed actions, and this would be again under goal C-1, one of these proposed actions is to review projects in the city's capital improvement plan based on their alignment with the state climate action plan for transportation infrastructure, and to modify projects and/or our project list based on recommendations from this review. So basically trying to bring our capital improvement plan into alignment with the state climate action plan for transportation. The other proposed action from Move San Mateo is to establish a realistic, ambitious, those two words seem in conflict. Realistic, ambitious, time-based goal to fully complete all infrastructure projects outlined in the city's revised capital improvement program and identify increases in staffing levels and presumably funding needed in order to meet that goal. I think at a really high level, the idea of estimating our capital improvement plan and figuring out how much money we need and how much staff we need to execute it is a really good idea. It's kind of like the step zero to implementation. So I would love to see an action around that. Skipping over some of my next comments. Goal C-6, capital improvement program, prioritize improvements that increase person throughput in project prioritization to reduce vehicle miles traveled. And I just wanted to note to make sure that we are accepting lane additions from this, because one way to increase person throughput is to and reduce vehicle miles traveled potentially is to increase the number of lanes of traffic, but I'm not sure that is in alignment with our climate goals, so I want to make sure that that is not in consideration. And then there was another public comment related to this goal from a developer that said, We request the city to take action to incorporate multimodal improvements into the capital improvement program so that developer-funded transit, bicycle, and pedestrian improvements will earn transportation impact fee credits based on multimodal level of service criteria. We note that this is consistent with zoning code section 27.13.090, which grants credits for improvements that are identified in the transportation improvement fee technical report. Might be a question for staff about whether an action is necessary if it's already mentioned in the zoning code, but the idea to me seems really solid that you should be able to get impact fee credits if you're funding transit, bicycle, and pedestrian improvements. I might just toss that to you, staff, to say, is an action needed, or does our zoning code cover that and already allow for it?
Are you looking for a response to that?
Yeah, like, so this comment says, yeah, I don't want to repeat the whole thing, but they note that it's consistent with zoning code section 27.13.090. So I'm wondering if we even need to make an action here, or if can a developer already get transportation impact fee credits for funding transit, bicycle, and pedestrian improvements?
So I might ask if Bethany Lopez, our senior engineer, is available to weigh in on this question.
Hi there. So there is an allowance in our traffic improvement or traffic impact fee currently that if a project is identified in our CIP program, that a developer can receive a credit back for the amount of that project from their traffic impact fees, if I'm remembering that correctly. But that's the primary circumstance where that's a possibility currently.
Okay, so I wonder why they're asking us to take action to incorporate multimodal improvements into the capital improvement program. Oh, is that the issue? Do we not have bicycle and pedestrian improvements or multimodal improvements in the capital improvement program?
That's not the case. We do have bike and ped improvements in the capital improvement program.
Then maybe we don't need an action here. Sounds like this is already covered. Thank you. That was very helpful. And then I think the last one is goal C-7, where in previous versions of this draft, we specifically called out parking maximums, amend the zoning ordinance to replace parking minimums with parking maximums to allow developers in the city the flexibility to provide parking at levels that encourage desired development and are appropriate to the conditions of the development and its context. So we went from that to parking requirements, evaluate options to amend minimum parking requirements, such as parking maximums or parking demand analyses. And I think I would prefer this to go back to the stronger language around parking maximums, so we can talk about that as well. Those were all my comments for the circulation element, public services and facilities. Give me one moment to find my notes. Aha, policy PSF 5.1. I don't actually remember what that policy states, but my note is that we do not mention restrooms in this element. We do not appear to have any goals, policies, and actions around public restrooms. And I would like to see, I guess maybe, again, this is somewhat vague, but I would love to see an action around exploring increasing the number of public restrooms in our city-owned facilities and parks. So I will bring that up again at the end. And then the last one was safety, and I did not have any comments on the safety element. So that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Through the chair, I read through the circulation element, and it was maybe my favorite, if I can say, if we all have favorites, it was my favorite element. I don't have comments on it. I was really impressed by a lot of the components in there related to shifting mode split through increasing safety. A lot of things I liked, public facilities and services. I had one minor comment that I don't think rises to the level here, but I'll just prompt it. because something that Commissioner Nugent mentioned about King Pool and the park over there, there are in public services and facilities, Goal 5, there are a number, you've got 11 policies there. PSF 5.1 for equitable facilities, which Commissioner Patel just mentioned, and 5.8 for improve and maintain the King Center. But there's no actions listed, and so I'm almost just curious if Commissioner Nugent, in some of his discussions with that neighborhood, wanted to suggest anything there. That was the only thing that jumped out at me in public services and facilities, and I had no comments in safety.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, through the chair, I would say I have similar sentiments to Commissioner Wiggins about the circulation element. I would say overall it's an impressive and forward-looking. However, I do have some comments, and I want to start off just referencing some general broad strokes of what community members in North Central especially have mentioned about circulation. So there's a big concern about speeding, noise, and safety issues caused by automobile users. And they're looking for speed bumps, traffic calming. They're concerned about safety as pedestrians. And my hope is that the circulation element is going to address those. And, you know, I rely on staff that is going to be, you know, something that we can do with the community plan that's being developed within North Central. The other concern that people have, and it's a strong concern, is parking. Concerned about parking near the city's train station and within the neighborhood. Also a lack of parking near Amplet. The overcrowded streets are crammed with parked cars. And what that does in North Central, and as we've seen in recent history, is it creates a logjam to the ability for the city to make multimodal changes and improvements to the neighborhood in terms of creating a street network that's better serves all users. Knowing that that neighborhood has you know, overcrowding issues and lots of cars looking for a home. And then finally, community members are also concerned about safety, just more generally, speeding, reckless drivers, lack of police presence, you know, walking in the neighborhood with decrepit infrastructure, visibility, lighting. And so I think those can also be hopefully addressed in the future as this general plan is implemented. The thing that I wanted to talk about first with regard to transit that I think we should add is in the transit services, page 88 to 91. I would like to see an action to ensure that transit is a viable and reliable option for people in San Mateo by supporting local, regional, and state funding of transit. I think that we should have a policy that affirms our willingness as a city to see that transit is important for us and to make sure that, you know, a lot of the transit that people use within the city are not, or all of it pretty much is not city controlled, but it affects our city. And so we should have an affirmation that we want to ensure that this remains funded as a policy. The other one, so I have two for circulation, is with regard to parking and curbside management. So as most people know, I'm a landscape architect. I'm very strong on multimodal transportation, making sure our streets are safe and comfortable to use by people, you know, walking, riding bikes, things like that. However, parking is also, you know, it's hard. It's an impediment within our equity priority community especially, but throughout the city. In recent events over the course of the general plan updates, development have affected my evaluation of the need for parking and our ability to manage it in new development. So we have AB 2097, which eliminates the city's ability to require parking within a half-mile transit. I think overall that can be a positive development, but it prevents us from requiring parking, which is a conflict for many residents. And then also more recently, SB 684, which allows the development of up to 10 townhomes on multifamily lots. So basically anything that is not single family lot. So this is a recently passed law. So, you know, there's going to be development regardless of what the city does in our non-single family properties. Also, the installation of the bike lanes and the removal of on-street parking in North Central has shown how crowded portions of the neighborhood are and the limited area to accommodate new car parking off-street. And so property owners, and this has been a complaint by many residents, that property owners are paving over front lawns and green space within the neighborhood, cutting down trees to provide additional parking for their properties. Basically in the front yard, so eliminating green space. And households also, as we know, must overcrowd or in order to pay for rent. So right now we have no means to either force property owners to provide off-street parking or even encourage them to do so. And so my suggestion is that the general plan should add an action under goal C7, which is, where am I? I'm in the wrong section. Well, under in C7, which is circulation, that provides, so the action should provide density bonuses and other carrots in a similar vein as provided to BMR units to properties in residential low zones within a half mile of train stations that redevelop or renovate if they provide off-street parking space for new units. Again, it's not a requirement anymore. We cannot force their hands, but we should provide incentives to property owners to provide parking off-street. And again, right now we have no means to do that. And so I want to recommend adding another action. So it would be C7, goals, sorry. Trying to scroll. All right. So use parking enforcement, and curve management strategies to effectively administer parking supply and maximize use of public assets. So that's the goal, C7, and I think we should add a parking bonus for specific property types within a half mile of the train station. So it's not R1, it's not that, but it's places that are going to see development in and around them. So that's the main thing that I would add to circulation. Overall, I think circulation is fantastic. We have a lot of competing needs, and I think that city staff are doing a great job of trying to balance those as things change. Let's see. The other thing, I don't have any specific changes to the other two the other two elements. But I did want to mention earlier what people's concerns are, and I think that they're going to be addressed within the general plan. So, thank you.
Okay, so for circulation, we're doing circulation.
Can we get that back up, please?
And we're doing all three, right? I forget what the second one was, but. Okay,
yes, three.
Services. Oh, yeah, and safety. So for circulation, I felt like it was pretty thorough as well, and was actually sort of looking for, things that might be missing, and what goes through my head with not just circulation, but any of these things, I often look for ADA accessibility items. And so I noticed that under transit services, there's no mention of paratransit in this. And paratransit, for anyone that doesn't know, is for people with disabilities that would prevent them from accessing, independently accessing transit systems, whether it's bus or train or whatever. So typically it's like scheduled, and it provides specific trips as needed for individuals needing transit services that over and above public transit that we have in place per the ADA, Americans with Disabilities Act. So I think that, and I was just looking it up, but Samtrans does provide paratransit services to the county, and we don't reference it in here, and I feel like we should. We reference other things like first mile, last mile connections, which are, specifically serving people employed by, companies that provide lots of perks to people. And so not everybody works for those companies that have first mile, last mile kind of things. And paratransit is, to me, is sort of similar, yet it's for people that, have not other options. So the fact that we reference certain things but not paratransit, I think, is a missing item. I'm not sure, I guess I didn't really look to see like where it should go. I can look and determine that. I feel like there was some place I had in mind, but I didn't note it here. So I'll have to look for where that should go as a policy. Well, under transit anyway. Well, I won't take up our time right now looking for the specific place I had in mind. Oh, here, I just found it. So we talk about supporting Caltrain, and we talk about, I thought we talked about Samtrans as well, but, so under policy, similar to C.5.2, but maybe it needs to be a separate item that's for Samtrans, which would be supporting Samtrans and paratransit services in addition to standard services. I don't know if that's maybe that gets grouped under C5.2, or maybe that's a separate item. So that was, I think, I talked about, I think, some of these other items are me just sort of reinforcing that I think they're great. Like C.1.15 was an action item to provide transit for seniors in equity priority communities. So I don't have that in front of me, but that I think I just felt that was important. I liked, there was a comment in the PlaceWorks summary that said to consider adding density bonuses if additional parking is provided where parking capacity issues exist, not just North Central neighborhood, but other neighborhoods adjacent to the downtown area and the train stations. So some of those other neighborhoods like Hayward Park are going to be, impacted by the development and the fact that there's not parking in some of those buildings. So I like that idea of like actually providing possible density bonuses if they do provide some level of parking that's over and above. So that was it for circulation. Public services. I don't think I had much. Okay, so for public services, I really didn't have very much other than the same sort of thing, like sort of like noting which items I felt like were really important. There was that general item about adding supporting seniors, and where did I find this one? Let me go to it. Was this one? It was one of the, no, that was the design item. I think that there was a comment about adding further support of seniors and aging. I'm not sure if that was in the PlaceWorks comments. That was at the end of the packet. I think that.
Through the chair, yes, that's been a comment that's come up, and we do have a variety of policies and actions throughout the general plan that speak to seniors, but the adding a specific section, seniors and aging, that then kind of drilled into it and kind of brought it all together to highlight how the general plan supports this group. And I think a clear goal would be focusing around implementation of the city's age-friendly action plan.
Okay.
So that we are recommending that a new section be added in public services and facilities that speaks to that.
Okay. A couple of my other notes was PSF 4.1 on clean energy. I was just wondering if we need to be any more specific on that, or if it's a pretty concise comment. Let me find it. Policy. It was 4.1 policy. It just says clean energy support the advancement of a carbon neutral energy supply. I guess it would be nice to have more specifics on that, but maybe we do, through the other policies, I guess, provide a little bit more specific. I really also liked 4.10, undergrounding service and new projects. I think that's really important, especially with wind and bigger storms. So if there's any way to implement that in addition to just when a new project is coming up, I think that would be worthwhile. I don't know if there's any way to consider how to, let me just pull that up real quick. So private utility undergrounding, require new private development to underground service connections onto private property. Is there any way to add to that and make it, if we could underground in addition to private developments, I think that would be worthwhile. We've found that, these are some of the fire dangers.
Through the chair, we do have two actions: underground utility network undergrounding, which focuses on undergrounding existing electrical and communication transmission and distribution lines in the public right-of-way as funds permit.
Oh, yeah.
And then action 414, underground utility undergrounding requirements, and then it talks about amending the municipal code to require new development to underground utility services on and adjacent to the site and install and maintain signs and streetlights. So those are two actions that kind of build on that policy.
Okay, thank you. I think that's it then. So for the safety element, I did not have any comments.
Thank you. So I might jump around a little bit here because some of my conversation is intertwined with different elements. I will make it as brief as possible. I've got an overriding concern with environmental justice, public safety, and infrastructure. I don't mean concerns, but some thoughts. For the one shoreline presentation, we need to address the resiliency of our shoreline with those of our neighbors to the north and south, Burlingame and Foster City. We need to align our proposed adaptation measures to work in conjunction with the one Burlingame is going to build and the one Foster City has built. Coordinating with adjoining jurisdictions on issues such as sea level rise and urban fire risk is also a requirement by the general plan guidelines. The resilience of the Marina Lagoon and how it interacts and intersects with the bayfront water during storm events, both on land and from high tides events, is an important component of the city's resiliency plan. We have invested a tremendous amount of time and money and energy into the new sewage treatment plant, and now we need to ensure it is provided with the appropriate protection from natural hazards for its 75 years of life, intended life. Federal, state, and local money has been invested in this project, and all property owners in San Mateo will be paying for this debt for the next 30 years. This facility, out of all of our infrastructure, is the most important for long-term resiliency and public safety. Does this general plan provide specific protection, funding, and mechanisms for this task? If it does, I have not seen it. Figure S-5, which is a potential flood hazard map, shows a wide swath of the city is levee protected. There are a series of red lines to indicate levees without any indication of them being FEMA certified. I would hope that our intention is to follow One Shoreline's guidelines and at the minimum build levees to BFE +6 and FEMA certified. The FEMA certification confirms that a levee has been engineered to the standards to remove properties out of flood zones, thus eliminating the requirement of flood insurance. It is my understanding that One Shoreline has committed to work with the City of San Mateo within the next 18 months to complete a shoreline adaptation plan. I hope this timeline can be met, and it is a high priority for the city. To fully maximize the great opportunity the county has given us through One Shoreline, we need to aggressively implement zoning ordinances to address our rapidly changing world. We can lean on the cities of Burlingame, East Palo Alto, and South San Francisco to draft our specific ordinance and have it in place sooner than later to alleviate missed opportunities to positively enhance future developments. Placing monitoring wells throughout the city at high water table areas already identified on geological maps to inform city planners on the current and projected hazards will alleviate costly repairs to new buildings by avoiding or mitigating subterranean infrastructure issues. I get to a couple of specifics here. I don't know what section of the report this is, but on page 149, the environmental justice in this element, it states, provide for equitable distribution of public services and facilities throughout the city so that everyone, including vulnerable residents such as children, low-income households, and seniors, can continue to thrive in San Mateo. I don't think that word continue applies to the low-income households, seniors, and some children, and I think we need to rethink the word continue in that sentence. Action PS 2.9, recycled water. It states, continue working with Cal Water Service, San Francisco Public Utilities, Bay Area Water, so on and so forth, to purify to get our wastewater to tertiary standards. We have now been talking about recycled water from the new treatment plant for the last 10 years with no progress that I'm aware of. This really is inconceivable as we purchase, pollute, and process up to 12 million gallons of water a day, clean it, collect it, transport it to the treatment facility, and chemically clean it and throw it away. This, to me, does not meet our stated vision of taking bold steps as sustainable leaders. We must do a lot better than this if our claim of being sustainable leaders holds merit. Action PS 2.10. The verbiage that I would like to see added to that is the City of San Mateo can set its own maximum water use and have Cal Water administer it through their billing mechanisms. Action PS 2.12, water usage. Work with Cal Water to collect and track water use by land use and type and make this information available to the community. I believe this information already is gathered and is available to the community. Action S 4.9, sea level overlay zone. I won't read the action yet. My statement is this mapping has been completed by One Shoreline, and we can use it in our general plan unless staff knows of reasons that it is not feasible to use it. It can be modified by staff without any reason for a feasibility study. Policy F or PS 4.6, renewable energy neighborhood microgrids. Talk about exciting. The opportunities are ripe for our city to embrace this. Funding is available, and it would be a huge boon if we were able to start to get microgrids. What I would like to see added to that statement, that policy, is that they be implemented in low-cost areas of the city as a public benefit. And that was it. Safety, I did have one statement on safety. One second. Nope. Those are my comments. Thank you. So, SEMA, are we done with this component? We can go to SEMA and see if we want to. SEMA, you still awake?
Yes.
1 a.m, huh? Sorry.
Should have had the second copy. No, it's good. I have 1, 2, 3 things to propose based on these 3 elements. So one is to propose an action to review projects in the city's capital improvement plan based on their alignment with the state climate action plan for transportation infrastructure, and adjust the project list, adjust our capital improvement project list based on recommendations from this review. So the goal of that is just to try to get our capital improvement plan into alignment, if we think it makes sense, with the state climate action plan for transportation infrastructure.
Through the chair, sorry if I may interrupt. Oh, yeah. So no, this is just to add on. If we do this, we should probably also incorporate weighting for some sort of weighting system for equity priority communities.
For what?
Equity priority communities, which is also, as consideration in other areas of the general plan, but I just want to make sure that there's not a conflict there.
Yep. So again, summarize an action to align our capital improvement plan with the state's climate action plan for transportation infrastructure. So this would be an action in our circulation element.
Through the chair, sounds great to me.
Me too, yeah.
I agree.
And I do also.
Amazing.
Next.
Next.
That was good.
Propose, also for the circulation element, propose an action to estimate the funding and staffing required to fully complete all infrastructure projects outlined in our revised capital improvement program and set a time-based goal for completion. So this is trying to push us forward in a step 0 of not just having a capital improvement plan, but also an estimate for what it would cost in both funding and staffing to execute our capital improvement plan.
Through the chair, strongly agree.
I think we should definitely bring it to the city council I would support it.
I guess my comment on that is, it seems like not really a general plan item. It seems like a, management process for the city. But, so I don't know if I'm not sure that I agree that it needs to be added to the general plan, but you already have 2 other people that agree, so.
Well, let me make it brief. Thank you, Margaret. I'm greatly concerned about how we are going to accomplish a small portion of this unbelievable general plan going forward. Not the least being, how are we going to implement all the goals and policies for the equity priority communities? I mean, it's overwhelming. I appreciate your point, SEMA, and I won't override it, but I do have an overriding concern about where are we going to get staff, how are we going to get funding, and how are we going to implement a vast majority of this plan. Starting with the capital improvement plan, good idea. But if this plan, or when this plan goes forward, that capital improvement plan is probably going to get much larger also. So I don't know if there's a cutoff or what, because it will grow if we are going to follow this plan. But that's my comment. We're supportive, we're good, and we'd like to do that.
And then my last one is to propose an action to explore increasing the number of publicly accessible restrooms in city parks and facilities. So that would be for the, oh my gosh, what is that element called? The public services and facilities element.
I'm thinking about that and the implications, and, you know, the plumbing code is what usually designates, you know, the minimums, and it's actually gotten more, the building code has gotten more, building and plumbing code have gotten more complex because they're not up to date in terms of the all gender restrooms and men's rooms and women's rooms, and they're not in alignment. So I happen to have like headaches related to the number of restrooms in buildings. But I don't know, you know, that's parks are a little bit different, but than that. And I guess my other thought was just in terms of, you know, maintenance and such in parks, but I don't necessarily have any objection to that. I just think it raised a bunch of questions for me.
I should clarify that the intent is not to increase restrooms where there are already restrooms. This wouldn't be about let's double the number of restrooms at Central Park. It's about increasing the geographic spread. I don't know if I'm being articulate at this hour, but you know, we don't have public restrooms at all of our parks. I actually don't know how many parks we have public restrooms at. I know that many of the neighborhood parks, we don't have them. And so this is just about, you know, I think part of this would involve a survey of where do we have publicly accessible restrooms and where are there gaps and what could we do to fill those gaps.
Through the chair, this is actually a concern that residents in my neighborhood have come forward with in terms of some of the, like Gateway Park not having a place for people to use the bathroom, and people go in the creek, and it's gross. So I think that having some support for it, it's not saying we have to put in restrooms in every single park or anything like that, but I think getting a plan to evaluate this in the general plan would be, I mean, I'm supportive of this, and I've heard community members also advance that.
All right, so we are supportive of that language also? I think SEMA's 4 for 4.
Great, those are all of mine for this round.
Thank you.
Okay, I could go ahead. The one main one I would like to propose is that we modify, into the circulation element, we modify C 5.2. Not, right now it says Caltrain, support Caltrain as critical transit service in the city and the peninsula. And I think it should state that Caltrain and Samtrans should be supported as critical transit. And specifically, it needs to state that paratransit systems are to be supported also. Okay.
I like that. Yep.
I think that's probably the main thing that I would bring up.
Yeah.
I strongly support that.
Yeah, I support that too. That actually overlaps with my suggestion was to support funding for those same transit options that you've listed. And I would actually like to add support, and then also support funding sources as an action, as part of that. That's so.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I don't know exactly what that what that word support means.
Right.
Because, I mean, it should mean financially, but, Samtrans has paratransit as its part of its services now, and, Caltrain, I don't know how it's funded by the city. Is it funded by the city? But, so I don't know what that means exactly in terms of funding Caltrain or Samtrans, but.
Perhaps that could be maybe that could be massaged and figured out what that means, particularly by support, because that's kind of where I come in, is like, well, we need to make sure, is the support, like, is it just encouragement, or is it like giving out resources like, hey, there's a bus, here's the schedule, or is it like making sure that, regional funding sources don't dry up, things like that. To me, that I would like to ensure that support includes making sure they're funded.
Okay.
I support this.
Yeah, I don't want to have two of the same, basically the same things.
Sure.
Agree.
Anything else, Margaret?
I don't know. I think the other one was like specific was about the lighting, exterior lighting. I don't know if anybody felt strongly about that, other than to add, I had noted under 6.10 to add a statement, adding the terminology dark sky. I don't know if anybody agrees with that or not, or if it seems like
Sorry,
it's a draft.
just through the chair, that was back in community
Yes, sorry.
designed, so that was the previous.
Oh, you're right. I'm
bullet.
sorry.
Yep.
Okay,
Time's up.
never mind.
Sorry. I really think it's covered.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not, it's not that I don't support
Sorry,
Dark Sky. It just, I feel like,
No, I didn't mean to go backwards, sorry. I was looking for public service facilities element. I don't think I had anything like specific in terms of the wording. These were mostly like, I support these items, so that's fine.
Oh, okay.
I didn't have any this time.
Oh,
No,
okay.
thank you.
The only other one was the density bonus for parking within a half-mile transit that I think other people had already commented on, but
Okay.
did people support that?
I support that.
Okay.
I don't usually support density bonuses for providing parking near transit, but if you have, I'm open to the word explore at the very least. Did you have something stronger in mind?
Yeah, no, I do think that we need to add a policy for density bonuses for parking. The reason for that is, in my experience within my neighborhood, like we've got narrow streets, there's high conflict between trying to provide multimodal access, parking on the street, sidewalks, there's just so much being crammed in the public right-of-way, and there is paving over of green space, things like that. And so providing spaces where people can park their cars in new developments, which would otherwise, so by providing a density bonus, basically the floor area of habitable space is going to be more or less the same. It's just saying that, all right, instead of just building this unit without a garage, we'll allow you to build that same floor area, but you get to have a garage because, we can't force you to have it. Maybe they don't use it for parking. I know tons of people have so much storage. Maybe it's, it's just a benefit. Maybe it's for bikes. Maybe it's for a boat. But it's one of those things that is a strong conflict. And we've gone through enormous amount of effort to try to find places where people can park within my neighborhood when the bike lane went in. And there's a lot of people that are even supportive of bike lanes that are like, this is problematic. And I understand that, we need to make sure that people get out of cars. Like, great, I would love to live in Amsterdam. Like, I'm very fluent in planning, I'm just like, but the reality is in a lot of San Mateo, people are still going to be using their cars. And a lot of people use cars for work in my neighborhood. And so as properties get renovated, as they get fixed up, if there is additional units added to a property, like just giving the space to, that would otherwise just be, unused to clear up, green space, to clear up the street space. Like, I think that's a win-win.
Yeah, to the chair. I agree, and I've said this before, that it's fine for our developers to, it's not fine, it's not realistic to think that everybody is, that's going to live in their buildings is not going to need a car. People, as I said, I mean, people that are in the service industry that maybe work nights, or people that are in the trades that have to be, on a job site with tools, like they're not taking the train, or people that work in small businesses like the ones I've worked in, where they don't have subsidized, train passes, and the train is, $15 a day or whatever it is, it's like, it doesn't work for all lines of work. And so until it does, we're going to have a lot of cars in the neighborhoods that are to the east and south and, north of the downtown area where this development is going. And so I think that we need to be cognizant of how impacted some neighborhoods are going to be.
Yeah, a lot of people that I know.
Chair,
Oh.
I was just going to say, I actually think we all agree here.
Oh.
I think maybe what the question is whether we want to be super forceful and say it's an action to provide a density bonus, if, et cetera, or if the language is a little bit softer to say explore providing a density bonus. Is it provide a density bonus or explore providing a density bonus? I think that's the thing that we're debating right now, not the idea itself.
So Adam, the first thing that is going to have to happen is they're going to have to figure out if they can even make it work, right? And it's going to be a fee structure of some sort. So for us to implement that without all of that information, we really can't, or we really shouldn't, right? I am also leaning somewhat toward Martin's view, is that I really don't want to give more parking, but I understand you're living the situation, you know it firsthand. But I also know once that car is taken off that street, it will be filled.
Not necessarily, because, people who've lived in my neighborhood a long time, they know that there's a lot more cars in the streets now than there were 20, 30 years ago. And a large part is because people just have more roommates, and and what I've learned is that most people that choose to move to North Central that I've become friends with, which I've met so many friends there, it's usually people that want to go down to one car, and that's the place they can do it. That's the place on the peninsula that they can go down to one car, and that's a highly functional thing. And I think a lot of us are living that right now. And to start at that point is probably where we're at in San Mateo. As soon as people are able to eliminate that one car, then they can use the garage for something else. But I just don't see a feasible timeline in our kind of medium density, like lower medium density neighborhoods that are not single family, where everyone is just going to all of a sudden ride a bike or take the bus. It's dangerous to ride a bike in some of the streets. And
through the chair, I think we have 3 in support.
Okay.
Sorry, I don't mean to belabor this. I just, in the interest of time.
My only question is, are you insistent on require or
explore?
Yeah.
Which is not.
I don't know. Yeah.
Can would I suggest explore incentives? Because I don't think density is the right word here.
Yeah, incentives.
Sure.
Yeah.
Incentives.
Yeah. That was my thought too.
Okay.
Yeah, we're good.
All right.
Okay, so, did you have any other, Adam?
No, those are it for this
Okay.
package.
I'll try and make this simple. Again, it was on page 149 of the report, where the word was used, continue to thrive in San Mateo. I would rather see low-income households and seniors can or are capable or are, well, they're not all thriving right now. And I just had the word I wanted to use and I forget what it was. But I don't,
Just take out continue.
can thrive in San Mateo. There you go, perfect. Thank you, Margaret. So for PSF 2.10, which has to do with water reduction strategies, I would like to say at the end of that statement to explore, for the city to explore setting per capita maximum water use, which, and that's all I would want to say. I know that you can go down to 40 gallons a day. We are currently at 65 gallons a day per person, and I think we can control our own water usage. We just choose not to. For sea level overlay zone, I would like to add the city of San Mateo has those. I would like to add the city of San Mateo has access to these maps currently through one shoreline. And PSF 4.6, renewable energy neighborhood microgrids, I would like to say equity priority communities are the top priority for this program. Those three is what I would like.
Through the chair,
Yes,
I support across the board.
thank you.
Same. I think that's good that you're adding the equity priority communities as well, because I think conversion to electricity is a big deal financially.
Seema?
You have your three, so it doesn't matter. I'm not sure I support setting maximum per capita water use, because only 10% of water use in California is urban. Like the 70% of our water use is agricultural, and so I don't know that it makes sense to fiddle at the margins when it's not the main driver of water consumption. But you have your three, so it doesn't matter.
No, I totally understand. I know where most of the water goes in California. We have limited control what we can do ourselves.
Well, I agree. Actually, with Seema, I was thinking about whether or not we even can limit it. But anyway, in any case, I agree with most everything except that was having me pause. Like, can we? Like, isn't it up to Cal Water or?
Yeah,
it's not.
Through the chair, I'm going to bivariate and also agree with Margaret and Seema. I think that setting limits on your water, urban water use is probably not. It's maybe not something that we can just cut off.
Well, you can use more than 40 gallons a day, but you're going to pay more, is the point. You're not going to be cut off. It's exact any other type of, not rationing, but I'm preparing us for the future. We are going to have to control our water in some way in California, in San Mateo, and to expect Cal Water to look out for our best interests, I do not believe is in their business model. So unless we are willing to start taking control of our own water consumption, we will be at the mercy of a large corporation. That's all.
Through the chair, this is explore, correct?
Yes, we would explore.
My new favorite word.
Mine too.
I guess I'm the swing vote. I think you're going to get pushback from people who like to irrigate their properties.
Of course.
Yeah, and I understand that that's where the pinch point is, because that's where 50% of domestic use goes. Oh God.
The clock's running.
Sorry.
Yay or nay, it's no big deal.
Okay, explore. Okay, yay.
Thank you.
Is the general plan the right avenue for that, though?
What? I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
Right.
Staff could be like, no, I can't do that.
Are we ready to go on to our favorite subject? Land use?
Yes.
Yes.
In 31 minutes?
Let's do it.
Through the chair.
Yes.
I am going to try to go really fast. I sucked all the air out of the room on air quality earlier. The land use comments, I would say there's a high level thing that I don't know if it's going to get discussed, but my concerns over air quality in study area 7 led me to think that I can't see a way to give people equal access to clean outdoor air and have study area 7 at all. And as people talked about raising the height limit from 10 to 12 floors, I wondered if you couldn't just accommodate that capacity. If you went from 10 to 12 floors in the high density and you just said, hey, we're not going to focus new housing in this area where there's environmental hazards in this general plan. By the way, I'm open-minded, hopeful, and optimistic that as time goes on, you get into the late 2030s, early 2040s, you're going to see that air quality is less of an issue. I would love for that to be the case. And as we start to get that data, we could look at this in the future. But for now, if you were to say we're already going vertical up to 10 stories, if we could fit the same capacity in 12, maybe it's a wash. That's not an idea that we're going to sort out in the next 20 minutes, but I wanted it to at least be out there. In the immediate, I would just say that as an edit to land use policy 8.6, which is talking about the safe homes and neighborhoods, just require, so for study areas 3, 8, 9, and 10, which are also against the highway, they're big geographic areas, and you would have the ability to at least say that the outdoor open space can be aggregated as far away from the highway as possible. So that would be my suggestion, is to add text to LU 8.6 to ensure that open spaces are aggregated away from pollution sources to the greatest extent feasible.
Maybe we should provide consensus as we go. Yeah. I agree with that.
I think that would be.
I think we might want to wait till the end because we might have differing ideas on the same thing or multiple ideas on the same thing.
Let me try to just go fast so that we can have that ability. Commissioner Patel, I agree with you.
Just don't leave anything out.
Things could get left out. This is how it goes. I want to voice support for things that were discussed in the GPS subcommittee. Member Diaz-Nash talking about the importance of convenience retail and support services. And so there are concepts written into land use policies 3.4 and 3.5 that to actually achieve the support for convenience retail and support services, she was maybe talking about rent subsidies. I would just support an action LU 320 to study a framework to support those convenience retail and support services, including incentives or community benefits. So really the intent there is just to push forward on something that I think has a lot of broad support. I've talked to people sort of across spectrums in San Mateo, all thinking that we need to support those convenience retails. So I'm proposing an action that tries to help push that forward.
Through the chair, can you repeat that? Because it's really similar to something that I'm proposing. So I just want to.
Yeah, so we have policies, and I'm always trying to tie an action to a policy, whether that's good or bad. Policies 3.4 and 3.5 are talk about support for convenience retail and support services. So support services may be like, daycares, community spaces, and convenience retail, self-explanatory. But to make it more successful, I think what GPS committee member Diaz-Nash was talking about on August 29th about exploration of subsidizing rents.
Mm-hmm.
I think we need to look at that sort of thing. And so I just wanted to get an action around studying a framework to provide support for convenience retail and support services, including incentives and community benefits as possibilities, for example.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
Yep. And what else rises to the level here? Those are probably my biggest items. So there you go. Thank you.
Thank you. Seema, you want to go?
Sure. In the interest of time, I will cut a lot of my comments and go straight to my suggestions. And you know, Commissioner Wiggins did an excellent job of providing an overview of data. I had no idea that, I believe you said the particulate amount, I'm not sure what the exact thing was, but that it's 6x at the intersection of 92 and 101 than it is in San Mateo Park. That's mind-boggling. And so thank you so much for setting that context. My comment that I made at the general plan subcommittee meeting was, you know, our draft general plan has 3 key themes. One of them is environmental justice. And, you know, the only place that we have residential medium adjacent to high volume roadways is in our equity priority community. And to me, that is just really not meeting our goal and our theme of environmental justice. And I think we need to do something about it. And so I just want to call out, because Commissioner Williams was like, didn't we discuss this before? And I went back and I watched the videos, and yes, at the March 3rd, 2022 General Plan Subcommittee meeting and at the March 22nd, 2022 Planning Commission meeting, the bodies generally recommended swapping land uses to relocate housing more than 500 feet away from those 2 roadways. It just didn't happen. And so perhaps now we can make a recommendation to City Council with some specific proposals. Commissioner Wiggins, you said, could we solve this by going from 10 to 12 stories in our residential high? I know that there was a couple of public commenters who asked us to make that recommendation as well to City Council. My concern is that City Council has already discussed this, and they have already provided input and feedback to our staff to limit residential high to 10 stories. So I don't know that we will get our council to agree to do that. And so I want to make sure that we have an alternative that we can propose. And so I know it's late, whip out your land use map, follow along with me, but I have some ideas. And so my ideas are to take the area that is designated residential medium 1 and 2 on Idaho Street in North Central and on Bayshore and Kingston Streets in North Shoreview. They're currently designated residential medium 1 and 2, and we should redesignate them service commercial. There's already service commercial on the North Central side of 101 already, so it's a similar use to what we already see there. And then to make the mixed use medium that's around 92 and 101, either service commercial, neighborhood commercial, or office. Basically, we should eliminate housing uses at that intersection, given the data that Commissioner Wiggins provided us. And to offset the loss of residential in those 3 areas, my ideas would be to look at the area that is designated service commercial at 10th and Claremont. It is square exactly between our Hayward Park and downtown Caltrain stations. It's just outside both of those half-mile radius zones. So I think it's about 3/4 of a mile from 2 Caltrain stations. And instead of having that be service commercial, that feels like a great spot for residential high 1. You know, if we're going to go to residential high 1 anywhere under a mile from 2 Caltrain stations, seems like the right place to do it. And then look at the residential medium 1 at 28th Avenue and the residential medium 1 at Monte Diablo and Elm, and go from residential medium 1 to either residential medium 2 or residential high 1. And I think with those changes, you could offset the loss of the residential around 101 and 92.
Through the chair, I just wanted to weigh in that the area you articulated is outside of a study area.
The area that is between the area at Claremont and 10th?
That is correct.
Can we, and I proposed residential high one. I mean, I think we should make the recommendation to council and see what they say. I feel like not having residential uses in these carcinogenic risk areas is important enough to consider that.
I agree with your statement, Seema, no doubt. And yeah, I mean, it would be a recommendation. It's up to council to accept it or not. So,
Through the chair, can you repeat where you're thinking of?
Yes. I'll do it one more time. So, okay, if you look at 101 between North Central and North Shoreview, there are areas around 101 in that spot that are designated residential medium 1 and residential medium 2.
Yeah,
and I'm
I see
saying
those.
that those areas should be designated service commercial. There's already service commercial on the North Central side.
Well, there's already residential where the residential medium is proposed, at least in North Central.
Well, we know that existing uses exist, right? So this is about transitioning those uses over time. So, and anything that's already there is going to stay there until it's redeveloped.
it's just a zoning change.
It's just a zoning change.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, as all of this is.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
And then where at 92 and 101, where that intersection is, there's a whole bunch that's zoned mixed use. And it's mixed use medium 2. And that I would change to either service commercial and or neighborhood commercial and or office. So just don't allow residential uses in this 6X, more particulates than 95% of the census tracts in California area. And then to offset the loss of the residential in those spots, there is an area that's designated service commercial at the intersection of 10th and Claremont. And that's within a mile of 2 Caltrain stations. Feels like a good place for residential high 1. But again, as Zach noted, that is outside a study area. So I think council would have to take that into consideration. And then if we still need additional units to offset the loss, I think you could look at residential medium 1 at 28th Avenue and take that to residential medium 2 or high 1. That's also really close to Caltrain station. It's close to Hillsdale station. And then the other location I saw was Monte Diablo and Elm, which is residential medium 1. And you could increase that to residential medium 2. It's not as close to transit. So to me, that's the least ideal spot to increase the residential use.
Go ahead, Zach. Thank you, Seema.
Through the chair, looking at study area 7, the proposed residential is actually aligned with what the existing land uses are. So along, say, Idaho, the current land use, general plan land use is high density multifamily. So the residential too is actually aligned. And I know it's challenging to downgrade the density of any existing property. So actually along that corridor, we're not really intensifying the density above what our current general plan already identifies in that corridor. And under no net loss, I think it's feasible, but it's a lot more challenging to downzone any property.
Yeah, I feel like this is beyond my legal knowledge. I feel like our city attorney would have to weigh in, but you know, the reasons, if you're offsetting it and the reasons we're doing it is because it's disadvantaging an equity priority community, I feel like, yeah.
Sorry, through the chair, or just to Zach, are you suggesting that along Idaho and Kingston, that's residential medium, and is that correct? Residential medium, and you're saying that it's not, the intensity is not increasing under the new general plan?
That is correct. Yeah, I'm looking at the land uses along Idaho. It's already at that density. So
sorry, I'm just confused. That density would be 50 units an acre. and residential medium 2 says 51 to 99 units an acre.
Medium 1 is up to 50, medium 2.
Oh, I thought you
is
said it, I'm
51
sorry.
to 99.
So it's medium 1 right now.
So I think maybe the recommendation would be maintain existing densities, but identify opportunities to not increase.
I actually think we should, legal issues notwithstanding, I think we should downzone, right? I don't think we should not be building residential in areas where there's increased health risk. And we should be rectifying those past decisions to do that.
Do we have other input from?
I think it'd be, sorry, Masri Makari, Assistant City Attorney. I can tell you that the no net loss law does apply to charter cities like us, and I think it'd be something we would need to look at more closely, but I do share Zach's hesitance regarding this issue and downzoning.
I might recommend, I mean, if this is an issue that there's concurrence on, maintaining and looking, and we could review to make sure we're not increasing density in this area. My understanding was study area 7, we ended up with a very nominal increase that I think the ultimate mix ended up being maintaining status quo and reconfirming, say, the service commercial along 101, I think for some of the reasons articulated here, but I think we would be concerned about actual downzoning existing density.
Well, that's zone 7 or this, I'm sorry, I'm getting tired. There's 7, but what about 8 where we've got even more exposure? How is that even legal if we are implementing housing in that area which are going to cause great health effects or health effects? How is that feasible?
Through the chair, my thought there is those areas are so large. There is, we're at a general plan level, and study area 7, to me, just the geography is just simply plain. It's only a few hundred feet wide. You can't locate housing away. Study area 8 is in the highest area. It's also so large that you have some flexibility in site design. And so my suggestion for changes to policy 8.6 would be targeted at those areas where you do have that risk, but there is potentially a site design opportunity to ameliorate it. I also think, in support of what Commissioner Patel was saying, I believe we could make a recommendation that the housing not be located in these areas, and I really appreciate that Commissioner Patel went through and tried to find some solutions. My sense is that there's a lot of flexibility in the envelopes of what's planned for in the other study areas, and if staff had time, which I don't think they do tonight, of course, could find several different ways to offset the loss of not doing new zoning.
Okay.
And through the chair, may I add to my earlier comment that we would most likely need to also look at the housing element with respect to this question, because it would need to be,
it's true.
The housing would need to be accommodated elsewhere, so.
Yeah. So I have been looking at study area number 7 for quite a while, and the more I think of putting housing there, the more I think it's the wrong idea. Unfortunately, we're not going to be able to solve that this evening, I don't think, because of all the complications. But I fully support the idea of not building housing there. I just don't know if it's feasible at this point. So how would we want to go forward? What would you want to see at the least, SEMA, to move this forward, at least as part of the general plan update discussion?
You're on mute.
You're on mute, sorry.
You're on mute, SEMA.
I think we need to elevate this issue to City Council.
Yeah.
I think it would be great if they heard the data and the overview that Commissioner Wiggins shared with us. And I think, maybe it's not as simple as like the 4 land use swaps I proposed. Maybe as Zach said, it's about looking into how do we not increase what is existing. And so maybe the solution can't be as prescriptive as I want it to, but I think we should go in with at least a recommendation that says we're very concerned about this and we're very concerned about building housing in these locations, and we think there is a solution here. We just don't know what it is yet.
Sure. And environmental justice should be covering this, and it should definitely weigh in on the decisions. So, yes, I think City Council needs to be alerted to our concerns. And I don't know what would be the best way to make that, Zach, for when this does go to council.
I would suggest, I think there's the air quality comments that have been communicated, and what I would recommend is that no net increase in housing density in study area 7 would probably be the most effective way to go, and then we could look at that. I think we'd even have to look in the feasibility of trading sites, because I know we've gotten comments from specific property owners saying we can't reduce the density on their site. So I don't know if we can trade density and that's still consistent, especially if a property owner raises concerns that we're now reducing density on a given parcel. But I think looking at land use and saying the recommendation, no net increase in density, say in study area 7, and if you've got other areas that you want to highlight, we could start there. That would be my thought.
Sorry, where can I find the study areas really quickly?
If you go to the interactive land use map on the draft general plan site, you can see land uses and study area boundaries.
Through the chair, they're not labeled though. I'm having trouble following which one's 7.
In the general plan land use element, let me find the page that has the study areas.
7 straddles 101.
Is that the one in North Central, North Shoreview?
Yes.
If you look at page 13 in the land use element,
okay.
You'll find the study area map.
Yeah.
Yes. So no net, yeah, I would recommend that. And then we're going to need to offset that, I think.
There was only, in my recollection, was 200 or 300 units of net add, so I don't necessarily know that needs to be offset where you're finding new sites. There's been a variety of adjustments. These are estimates over a 20-year horizon. The capacity, if you're just looking at raw, is probably higher. So I would almost unless you're looking at a significant reduction, I don't know that there necessarily needs to be a specific offset.
I still can't find the study areas. Land use element seems to start at page 37, but what is
30? Look at page 30 in the PDF.
I'm sorry, it's 13 in the introduction. If you just go to page 13 in the general plan,
Or the packet page.
figure 1, I1.
Through the chair. Sorry, Zach, I'm looking at the land use map, the interactive map, and I'm looking at the Idaho properties, clicking on it. I see medium density multifamily as the existing general plan land use, and then the draft 2040 land use would be residential medium 2, which is 51 to 99 units per acre. So that seems like a significant increase in zone capacity between what's existing and what's proposed. I think that would be a substantial change if we eliminate that change, if we eliminate that increase from medium density multifamily to residential medium 2.
Oh yeah, so the high density is on Kingston across the way, yes. For Idaho we would need to check. My recollection for study area 7 when we were looking at the growth numbers was that it was approximately 200 or 300 net increase in units. So I don't know if that's looking at the existing development there and then a net add and then a projection that you're only going to see so many of those sites redevelop over the 20-year period. I just recall that in looking at study area 7, it was not a huge number of net new units in that area.
But whatever council would suggest, you would have to modify the housing element or make HCD aware of the changes?
Not in this case, because we'd have to look, unless there was opportunity sites, I think it would be more the concern if we were actually downgrading the zoning from what the current densities. But maintaining them, I wouldn't see an issue with our housing element if we just kept the status quo in this area with regard to density.
I would support keeping the status quo in terms of the densities and relative.
You mean the
I don't want to
Yeah,
forget
existing,
about.
yeah. I'm sorry? You say that again?
I don't want to forget about what I believe is study area 8, the intersection of 92 and 101, because that, per what Commissioner Wiggins says, seems to be perhaps the worst, the most
It is.
risky area.
Yeah.
And so I'm trying to check now what the current land use designation of the area is to see if we are.
I mean, that would include the fish market site, the,
It would.
where the,
So it's currently
grocery
zoned
store.
on the north side of 92. It is neighborhood commercial. It's C1. And on the south side, it is executive E1, executive park, and C4 service commercial. So I think a similar.
Well, that's our passages, isn't it?
No, that's farther down 92. You know, a similar consideration here of like, let's not add more.
Through the chair, I agree. If we could at least have staff have a look in the coming weeks. Land use comes last to council, conveniently. At the end of October, the third meeting, if there's time to evaluate the possibility of shifting the density elsewhere. My understanding is this would not affect this housing element because the housing element was, as far as I know, is being achieved without increasing densities. So if it doesn't affect the housing element and you're not downzoning anyone, then you're just finding ways to reorganize the same densities, same number of units, just in areas that don't have the pollution issue.
Yeah, so this particular site is on our site's inventory, and it does have a current capacity of 50 units an acre. So for this, it would probably be dropping it to mixed use medium 1, which then would align with the current land use.
Yeah, I want to make sure others get a chance to speak. That sounds to me like the sort of I agree with Commissioner Patel. We just want to elevate this and clearly communicate the best we can, and that to me would be it.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. I think I'm in agreement with that too.
Oh, you've also got some concerns in 10, study area 10. So I think
through the chair, 10 is
it is passages, but that we're talking about, isn't it? I mean,
well, Concar's
that's in 3.
Concar is
right there, and it's right on 92.
Yeah, that's 8.
Yeah.
No, 8 starts east of Grant.
It might be that might be.
This is part of study area 3. Study area 3 is pretty large.
Yeah.
I see.
So there's all kinds of exposure along those highways. There's no doubt about it.
And through the chair, study area 10 is so huge. I think there's a lot of opportunities I think there's a specific plan called for that area. A lot of opportunities to study at that level.
Excuse me, Martin, I'm sorry. Isn't there verbiage where it's either 500 or 1,000 feet, keep residents away where feasible, and some of the existing is obviously closer than that, but what we're supposed to do as a city is do everything we can to acknowledge and implement plans to stay away from those hazards, and through these maps, we have not accomplished that. Would that be a valid statement?
In alignment with Bachmed's direction, it's not clear because the clear prohibition within a certain buffer, there was significant pushback. So it allows for it. There's different mitigations and ways to address it, but I think the outdoor air quality piece is the most challenging piece to address.
Yeah. Yep, I agree.
Through the chair, point of order, it's 11 o'clock. We need a consensus to continue.
Oh, yes, would you like to continue the discussion?
It's fine. Yes, I can stay.
Adam?
Yes.
Martin?
Yeah.
The one to ask is Seema.
Seema?
Sure.
Thank you.
She doesn't need sleep.
Okay, so, well, that is a serious question. Do we want to continue knowing that one of our commissioners is in a different time zone? Or would we want to pause here and come back at another date to finish the land use? I'm open to staying. If people seriously want to continue, we can.
I think it would, I mean, it might be more work for staff to do another session, so if we can just push through.
Okay, all right. So I've lost track where we were.
I had one more thing in land use.
Okay,
It sounds like we're aligned on elevating this to council and at least proposing no increase in the current residential zoning.
Agreed.
So we can go with that. And then the other one I had is that I would like to see a policy, I think maybe is the right one, as opposed to an action around allowing accessory commercial units in residential areas. So we all know accessory dwelling units, or ADUs, allow for small accessory dwellings to be built. Accessory commercial units are like a new thing that is being discussed in land use and placemaking, basically allowing very small businesses to operate in residential areas out of accessory units. And I would like to see us adopt a policy exploring that, I guess.
okay.
I think over the next 20 years, if we're able to transition to more walkable residential neighborhoods where, you know, your neighbor has a bakery operating out of their 500 square foot ACU in their backyard, like that would be great.
So in this case, I support the use of the word explore.
Support, yeah.
Yeah, explore. Yeah, I think that it leaves a lot of room. I imagine it probably wouldn't fly in the R1 neighborhoods, but I could see it in like
Okay, great.
the other ones.
That is approved, or we'll move forward. Is that it, Seema?
That was it.
Okay, great. Where are we? Who has not spoke about land use yet? All of us?
No, I haven't.
Seema?
No, I think you.
I'm done.
Yeah, so just Margaret, you and I.
Okay. Margaret?
Okay, I'll go ahead. I don't have a lot of strong statements that are, action items, I guess, for changes to the general plan, but some of them are just comments, so I'll try to minimize those. I agree. First thing is that there was again, I can't remember where it was, but there's this question of the church parking lot at the church on Hacienda and 25th, and whether or not that should be taken out of the study area. I don't know if that's a question, but I saw a reference to that, and I agree that it should be. I read the letter from the church about how it's currently used, and I know it well, and I think it should be taken out of that study area. Let's see. Shoot, now I have to find where I am. My next item was LU 1.5 public land, which I think is similar to LU 2. Oh, no. I probably shouldn't have gone next because I'm not organized yet. Let me just get to the right spot. Okay, so I think LU 1.5 was about land being considered for housing. But I also, because we've talked about it in terms of the open space per requirements in the city. I also think that it should be considered as parks. Let me just find it. What does it say? Surplus land, there it is. I couldn't find the terminology. Consider redesignated city-owned land not required for public services, facilities, or infrastructure for development of affordable housing. I would like to suggest we add to that or open space or parklands. Because we've talked about how, whether or not we have the right percentage of acreage, I guess, and also the walking distance. So I would like to add that. Similarly, I think there was another similar one. 3.14 is similar to that, and that is related to school properties. So in that case, I would also like to say consider park space or open space in addition to housing. I won't bother scrolling through to find that one, but on the issue of height, I think there's been a lot of good arguments made that are worth considering. I have a note that Measure Y has been approved by the voters, and so I thought that clarification that it's in place until it sunsets, and then after that, then the zoning that's in place can then govern. I think maybe I should find the wording of it. As I understand it, it doesn't preclude or prevent the ability to present a project that is higher than Measure Y allows. So I think the wording of that made sense to me. Trying to find LU 1.9. Where did it go? There it is.
LU 1.9?
Yeah, there it is. So I guess it's just specific to the voter-approved growth limits. LU 2.2, I agree about maximizing density at Caltrain stationaries. I think the only other comment that I have at this time was the landscaping of El Camino Real, and I wanted to know, I can't remember if that was an action item or not. Let me just look and see. I guess it's a policy, and I wanted to know how that can become, well, it is an action item, I guess, with 5.3, prepare a corridor plan for El Camino Real that assembles existing planning documents for the corridor to a single comprehensive plan. But specifically, the policy to retain the general residential and landscape character of El Camino Real, promote visual upgrading of El Camino Real south of 9th through increased landscaping, public improvements, property maintenance, et cetera. So I guess what I would like to see is if that could become an action item, because I think that there's been talk of improvements to El Camino Real for many years, and I'm not sure that they've ever become action items yet. So that would be my comment on that. And those are my comments for now.
Did you have anything that you wanted to get us to voice or vote?
The item about the church parking lot on Hacienda, Zach, was that one of the changes, or was that I just read it in public comments?
That is something that we're already moving forward to recommend for council consideration when they take up the land use element.
Okay, so I agree with that. So I guess we don't really need to discuss that.
And church parking lots now are exempt from certain city requirements or codes because of new state law, where they're able to build housing on their properties.
Okay, well then the request is just to take it out of the study area, so I guess it's sort of like a moot point then, because they could build housing on it regardless of whatever it's zoned. Yeah. Okay, well, there's that. LU 1.5, the public land question that, and the LU 3.14, the school property. So surplus land and school property, I propose that we add wording to those two that includes park, open space or parks in addition to housing.
Excuse me one second. Zach, can you familiarize us with the land use or land use?
Do you want me to read that to you?
No, there's surplus land
The
use.
Surplus Land Act?
Act, right.
Yeah.
Act, Surplus Land Act, where there are requirements from the state on what we can or cannot do with our surplus land?
LU1, this is just the title surplus land, it's not the
Oh,
surplus land.
no, I understand,
Act.
yeah, okay. Okay, so it's not surplus land.
Yeah, I think we talked about that actually previously too. I remember, this says, consider redesignating city-owned land not required for public services, facilities, or infrastructure for development of affordable housing. I propose adding to the end of that sentence, for the development of affordable housing or parks or open space.
But would that not be subject to the Surplus Land Act? If it's surplus city land?
Yeah.
Well, I guess if we retain it for parks, it wouldn't need to go through Surplus Land Act. And I mean, if you look at it, public services, facilities, or infrastructure, I would see facilities including park, which is a public facility. So it would be kind of, if it's not used for any city purpose, that's the intent of the surplus land, then going through and look. But if we were looking to redevelop it as a park, we would be retaining it.
But if it's going to be offered as low-cost housing to a private developer, would that go through another process?
Yes, the Surplus Land Act requires the city, when it's disposing of property, to offer it to affordable housing, for affordable housing as a priority.
Okay, so we're already doing that.
So then the next one was
But
3.1.
I'm sorry, Margaret. So the question, or your suggestion, Margaret, is that they could go to parks or something, low-cost housing, parks, and would that be it?
Well, that would likely violate the Surplus Land Act because it must be offered for affordable housing
Okay,
as a priority over other uses.
okay.
But as Zach said, if we wanted to use it for parks, the city would just retain it, right?
Exactly.
Like the city would not put it up. So
So
I think it's already covered, Margaret, is what we're saying.
Okay, so then the next one that's related is school site reuse. Encourage the school district to prioritize affordable housing and community recreation needs, which is the same, similar to a park, when a school site is planned for reuse or redevelopment in accordance with the priorities in the housing element and conservation open space. So does that sort of fall into the same thing, that it's either affordable housing or community recreation needs, which could, a park or a open space would fall into that. So in which case it's not being turned over, it's being retained by the city. So I guess those are kind of covered.
Great.
Okay.
Perfect.
That's all I
Thank you.
Great. All right. I think I'm next. So through the chair, where it's getting late. Just a quick overview of comments that I've heard from community members with regard to land use. I think one that has been touched already, that has been spoken over and over again, is the worried about the loss of neighborhood serving retail and just general retail options downtown with redevelopment. And so my first suggestion is on pages 51 and 54, there's goals for diverse range of land uses, and the downtown goals, policies, and actions. So there's two different sections that apply to this. And this covers a lot of what Commissioner Wiggins mentioned before, and I had just put it into some more wording, maybe as more specific. So It says the goals LU-3 or LU-4, I would add actions for those that support local community serving businesses and neighborhood commercial preservation, which also could be incorporated into the sustainable economy section. So the changes proposed to the general plan depend on there being a thriving, walkable community serving businesses environment here. And so I would recommend adding incentives, such as what I was talking about. I have been thinking about this in terms of like the affordable housing density bonuses, but incentives in the vein of density bonuses for retaining retail at the ground floor at low rates. Because I think the big issue is that retail that is currently here needs to have low rates in order to break even. And so figuring out a program where we incentivize, probably through density bonus of some sort, to keep that retail and increase the retail as well. So yeah, I'm looking at mechanisms in the vein of the BMR incentives. And then also, likewise, add a policy to support the provision of publicly accessible new park and plaza spaces on private property of a certain type through the use of incentives like density bonuses when such elements are provided in a new development. So like BMR, ground floor retail, and in restaurants and stuff, and park space. I think that those all could feed into an incentive program for developments where, like what the Sierra Club was proposing, go up to 12. Well, that's contingent on providing these things that we want. And then I next...
You call it a public benefit.
Yeah, but defining it, like, these are the public benefits we're looking to add park space, we're looking in plaza space, we're looking to maintain retail for our community, and we're looking to add below market rate, and in some areas parking. So like that's where I'm picturing like what we can use, what policy levers we can use to do that, because it's very important. People do not want to lose those things. All right, hopping over to what do people think?
Support.
Through the chair, I just want to call out that I don't think we actually ever voted on Commissioner Wiggins' two proposals, and so maybe we should go back and talk about those now. The one was adding text to LU 8.6 to ensure that open space is aggregated away from pollution sources to the greatest extent possible. And then the other one was proposing action LU 3.20 to study a framework to provide support for convenience retail and support services, including incentives and community benefits.
Through the chair, hearing Commissioner Nugent's proposal, I feel like is really in line with mine and is probably more broad. So I'd like to withdraw my second one, but I appreciate circling back on the first one because we probably didn't. We got carried away in the broader land use question. So I would like to get people's opinions on that edit to LU 8.6, and then I'd like to steer back to Commissioner Nugent's proposal and continue to support it.
Okay.
I support language in LU 8.6 to ensure open space is aggregated away from pollution sources to the greatest extent possible.
I support that too.
Yes, I support that. I think that makes sense.
As do I. Thank you, Seema.
Okay, so next to our shared bonuses for the community elements that we want to retain or enhance. So parks, open space, ground floor retail that's subsidized basically, and below market rate.
Commissioner Nugent, it sounded like you were suggesting two things, but I think they're both the same thing, or one is additive to the other. So I'm wondering if you just can go back and if you have suggested language to just be really clear about what you're suggesting.
Yeah, so this is in addition to such actions like LU 11.10, which are like small business support, and then LU 11.11, commercial displacement. So I'm looking at actually providing incentives for new development that allow for sustained commercial rents that are affordable to locally serving businesses and such. And so using a density bonus program of some sort or some incentive program is what I'm looking for. I don't have the exact language because I will lean on staff to provide that, but that's what I'm getting at.
So that was your first suggestion, right?
Yes.
Okay.
And then my second suggestion was in a similar vein, providing a policy where when a provision of publicly accessible new park or plaza spaces are provided up to a certain, some sort of we would figure out what standard, then also you would get a similar incentive or bonus. So instead of just maximizing the entire ground floor of a property and going up to a certain level, you provide new publicly accessible open space.
So this is adding a new policy to support the provision of publicly accessible new park and plaza spaces on private property.
Yes.
Does also and retaining below market rate retail, or is that covered by your previous suggestion?
Well, it would be two different policies.
Got it.
Using similar mechanisms. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. So that's where I'm coming from.
I thought you had 4 components.
Well, yeah, this is in addition to the parking that I had mentioned earlier. Yeah.
Okay. So
Yeah. And then we have below market rate stuff going on already.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm a little confused on the open space.
Mm-hmm.
That's, how did that enter into this?
So in terms of like, say there's a property that's fairly large, and they're going to redevelop it, and they will often create open space for residents.
Required to.
Yeah, they're required to. But if additional new park space is provided, that we can offset their loss of volume that they would lose by providing like a density bonus of some sort.
Like if they're over their minimum?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I don't know. I guess that one bothers me.
The provision of publicly available open space is covered in the community design 6.7. It's not necessarily discussed as an incentive, but more just a requirement.
Yeah.
And I would also just note, we're looking at a lot of different options for community benefits, knowing that with state density bonus law, we're pretty limited in what we can actually ask for, because most projects don't need to provide them to get the density they want. So it's also looking at how many layers, and at a point, do the layers no longer have much meaning, as opposed to what are the key priorities there. But
Yeah,
just some thoughts there.
It's already like a concession a lot of times. And so we're giving it back to them. We're giving them.
Well, it would be like if you meet a certain standard of like, not just, if you exceed what's required, and you're creating, we would create standards for which kind of open spaces we would want, but it's just a way to add publicly accessible open spaces to projects beyond what's our, minimum requirement.
The chair, just one more. The housing element is, well, the state's going to require us to look at and probably reduce our open space requirements for housing projects. So that will be going in the other direction.
Well, this isn't a requirement though. What I'm saying is it's similar to like parking. We can't require parking in a certain spot. It's an incentive is what I'm trying to propose. It's no developer's required to do it. It's just that, hey, we can, as an offer, if you give the residents in this area some additional park space that they can use, or plaza space, depending on the context, you can have additional volume some other way.
Through the chair, I've had experience with this in my day job and tend to believe that it is a potential pathway to use policy levers to get what we're after. So to me, it very much at the very least, warrants exploration and study. But it is pretty nuanced, and staff Zach is bringing up a lot of good points. So someone has to get into it. So you're just talking about an action to let staff get into it like next year at the very, very, very earliest anyway.
Exactly. Yeah.
There's ways, there's different sites that have different requirements in different neighborhoods that have different needs. This is not a one-size-fits-all approach. Staff would have to take the time to look at what makes sense, potentially even in a precise or specific plan by specific plan. So what works in the Bel Mateo specific plan would be different than Bridgepoint and different than a North Central overlay or a downtown overlay. They're different, but it's a way to try and encourage the developers to deliver the things that we're after that we cannot require. So I think as a mechanism,
Exactly.
it's positive. And I know we can't craft the exact language tonight, but I feel like public open space on private land deserves to be one of the categories that's under consideration. That's my 2 cents.
And this is all stemming from community feedback that I've heard over and over again of the things that they want.
I love benefits that we're
Yeah. Yeah.
Don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
But I have to ask Zach one question. Zach, I think it's been an ongoing discussion of the city having their incentives in one place for developers to see. Am I thinking incorrectly, or what do we do now?
I would just say right now we have a community benefits program that no one has any interest in using. The under state law, if we're raising the heights, I guess I'm wondering what's left to offer? I mean, I think if we're looking at height, we're looking at all these additional densities.
Fee
We're looking
reduction?
at what you can achieve under state law. Just being realistic, seeing that there's zero interest in going beyond and offering community benefits. I would just put that out there as a temperature check to, with the other layers that we're already looking at for community benefits, would we have anything left to offer for this one?
It also just seems, so we're allowing, they don't really need to provide it, and now we're saying, but now you would get, density bonus to provide it. I don't know, something about it just seems a little convoluted, and
Well, it's
I'm always pushing for a more open space for projects, but it just seems a little bit like, well, you don't really have to do it, but if you do, we'll give you more, we'll give you this.
I feel like the open space is probably the biggest hurdle lift because it takes up so much of the volume of the buildable area, whereas like subsidizing retail rents is much easier to accommodate with small changes to relatively marginal changes to a building.
So are we going to say we are going to encourage, or we are going to incentivize open space, more open space above and beyond the city's requirements?
Through the chair, in line with how we've been discussing our other suggestions, I noted this as like, for Commissioner Nugent's first suggestion, add language to LU 11.10 and LU 11.11 to explore providing incentives to support retaining low-cost ground floor retail. So it's the exploring of the providing incentives.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I think that, that just, I don't know, we don't have the money as a city to subsidize. We have, these are the levers that we have to maintain the retail that people want to maintain. So,
No,
yeah.
I appreciate your thoughts.
So, RB, yeah, I know yours.
One yes.
Yeah. Anybody else for the retail incentives?
Should we?
I am fine with, yeah.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I'm fine with the retail incentives. I'm not sure about the open space.
Okay, yeah, that's fine.
It's just it's convoluted.
Through the chair, this is 3 yeses, so.
Okay.
At the late hour.
Yeah.
I'm curious what Commissioner Patel thinks, but.
About the second one, the exploring providing incentives to support public accessible new park and plaza spaces on private property. I'm fine with exploring it. I'm just concerned the exploration is going to be very short per what Zach said, which is like, we already have community benefit programs and they're not being taken advantage of, but I'm fine putting that language in a recommendation.
All right, I don't want to make work. I'm just, yeah.
That's my concern too.
Yeah, it just, there's no other, it's hard to get a new park space. All right, well, I'll move on to that, from that, the park, additional park, and we'll just go with the retail. The next portion was pages 58 to 61, which is in the equity priorities community. So this is a comment. I don't have specifics on this one, but I would like to see actions added to support policy LU 8.5, which is community preservation, and policy LU 8.6, safe and sanitary homes. So those are really important policies, but I just don't see actions that support those. And I feel like that's a unfortunate thing, and I'm not here to develop them out of my own knowledge. The next one is LU 8.11, so city services. So this is something that I hear a lot from a number of folks in North Central, and there's a long history. So I'm just going to read the text from LU 8.11. City services work with residents in equity priority communities to identify services that the city or other partners can provide to improve safety, sanitation, and security in these neighborhoods. So I think that's a good first step for phrasing of that action. I think it's really important. However, I would like to see it changed to, instead of work with residents in equity, I would like to see it changed to improve services provided by the city and other partners in order to achieve full neighborhood level parity in areas of safety, sanitation, and security in equity priority communities. Improvement should be based on the needs identified by residents as well as health and safety data. So again, I'm going to read the first one and then I'm going to read the next one. My suggestion: city services work with residents in equity priority communities to identify services that the city or other partners could provide to improve safety, sanitation, and security in these neighborhoods. My suggestion is that it's changed to city services, improve services provided by the city and other partners in order to achieve full neighborhood level parity in areas of safety, sanitation, and security in equity priority communities. Improvement should be based on the needs identified by residents as well as health and safety data. I worry that anything less than that leaves the city able to complain mission accomplished while doing more marginal and peripheral improvements.
So that was LU 8.11?
Yes.
I like your additions to that.
Through the chair, as do I.
Yeah.
I would agree with that.
Great.
Great. Nice work.
And then, so the next one is just LU 8.12, sorry, it's late. Neighborhood beautification. So it's support and promote neighborhood cleanup and beautification initiatives in equity priority communities, including partnership with neighborhood organizations. I would say that there's so much more that could be added to that, and it's weird that it's just including partnership with neighborhood organizations. I would also like to include planting and maintenance of street trees and other such related neighborhood beautification projects that are part of the public right of way. So there's other areas within that, but I just feel like this action kind of floats as a little.
I'm sorry.
So,
It was at the front door. It
oh, sure.
took my attention away.
Yes.
That's my husband.
Oh.
Oh.
He's riding his bike.
Neighborhood beautification. Yes. So, sorry, support and promote neighborhood cleanup and beautification initiatives in equity priority communities, including in partnership with the neighborhood organizations and the planting and maintenance of street trees. So just tying in the other areas of the street trees back into neighborhood beautification. Anybody oppose that?
Through the chair, I never want to say no to you, but I feel like we did touch, I feel like we were trying to get this in another one, so I don't know that it rises, to me, I wasn't sure why we needed in two different ones, but I have no disagreement with the sentiment, so.
The reason
I agree,
want
it feels duplicative.
Okay, the reason I want to include it in neighborhood beautification is just to have it have street trees be part of the neighborhood beautification project.
Well, in Adam's defense also, I think there are numerous incidences in the general plan where references are made to the exact same thing many times, so
Yeah.
I'm okay with that.
Yeah, it's not.
I hadn't picked up on this one, I guess, but I think that should go to other neighborhoods as well. I think there's a lot of areas that could, not just equity priority neighborhood communities, but
Yeah, agreed. I mean, this is just part of the equity priority communities section, so like I don't disagree with you.
Yeah, never mind.
Yeah. It's not adding work, it's just tying in with other parts to.
It's fine.
Okay, okay. And then the last comment I had was page 69, which is on a sustainable economy. Goal LU 12, create financial stability for the city by maintaining its ability to pay for public improvements, core infrastructure, and essential services. So action LU 12.3, I remember originally pushing for this action, so especially the fiscal neutrality, but the actual action that came out isn't quite what I had in mind when this was first proposed by, I think, multiple people. So the action as it's shown is fiscal neutrality, study the feasibility and potential impacts of adopting a fiscal neutrality policy that would require new development to offset any difference between future tax revenue and the cost of city services to that development. The policy should also consider the city's goals to provide a diverse range of housing affordable to all members of the community. So this isn't actually what I had intended for fiscal neutrality. So I looked at it not as a project-by-project analysis, but as a guide to making land use decisions. I personally think it's unfair and unjust to scrutinize new residential development's fiscal impact without scrutinizing the maintaining of the status quo of existing land uses in their fiscal impact. So if a condo or a townhouse would be more fiscally prudent than a lower density residential, this should inform our journey toward fiscal neutrality. It is quite clear in national and local data that low density residential has the worst fiscal impact and is largely unsustainable long-term for infrastructure maintenance and servicing, while higher density residential is much more fiscally responsible and sustainable. So to not look at existing uses and then push, say, a commercial development to balance the books as a fiscal neutrality policy doesn't feel right. So when we have an extreme housing shortage, it's not a policy that I think I or anyone intended as it stands. So I just find this a bit of an odd duck. And I'm not sure how this is helping the city in any way. this action.
Is that through the chair, is that a?
Yeah.
Can I comment? I remember being concerned about this and advocating that it not occur on a project by project basis, but at some larger scale. And I feel like maybe text, since I looked at it, text was added, the second sentence about providing diverse range of housing affordable to all members, which I took that to mean, well, there's some attempt to offset the potential risk. And I recall discussing, I think with Zach at a certain point, the idea that infill development does generate at a much lower rate. And so this is sort of not intended to pick up on infill developments and make them balance the books when a lot of the status quo is a huge subsidy. I was, again, we don't even say explore here, we say study the feasibility. So I was letting it go based on that, and the second sentence to me being a nod, a breadcrumb to future policymakers that we're not intending to make housing unaffordable through this. I totally agree with you, and my 2 cents was, given that second sentence, which my memory is it was added, and the overall study the feasibility and potential impacts, I felt like I could, live with it, and I probably didn't understand all the other reasons that it went in here, and I thought, there probably are other good reasons, and it felt balanced enough in the end. But totally agree with your perspective on it.
Yeah, I look at this as fiscal neutrality should be informing land use decision, not so much trying to force new development to be the most fiscally, a cash cow to offset, existing land uses that are not paying for themselves.
Well, thank you.
This one's a little bit
It
of
is
a
a little
tough.
difficult, and the more I think about it, to me, it appears that the city is, trying to figure out themselves what holes they have and why, and what certain developments will accrue, the costs that will accrue over many, many years, decades. But I think they already know that. And I think they know that with certain land change choices or zoning, you can flip the equation also. So to me, it's almost a catch-up. We've got a problem. We know we have a problem. How are we going to get our way out of it? And I think the worst thing that we could do, I don't read this just as housing, though. It says every development, right? So my problem is that if we are going to increase fees specifically on housing, we will get less housing built, obviously. That's one of the driving forces is why we cannot build homes currently. So I don't know. I don't know what the answer is. Fiscal neutrality is a good idea, but to force it on new developers now would not make any sense to me.
Yeah, anybody else have comments?
I don't really feel like I can render an opinion on that.
Okay. Yeah.
Seema, do you have an opinion on it?
You want to chime in, Seema?
I just feel like we need an alternate to propose, right?
Yeah.
I'm thinking about this from the standpoint of we're going to have a list of recommendations to City Council, and I need to be specific of what we're recommending.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the problem is it hurts me to just say remove this action, but I'm not sure the action is currently helping as it's stated. And maybe I'm being too critical of it because I do understand that it's a study, but I feel like the focus on requiring new development to offset any difference between future tax revenue and the cost of city services to that development, I worry that there's some injustice in that where we don't require existing properties to pay for themselves. Yeah.
correct. And that is a problem throughout the city. And how do you actually support your neighborhoods that it is not feasible the way they have been built and the way they're being run now? And to expect the newer developments to be able to exhibit fiscal neutrality is a difficult thing. But we're already collecting so many fees to offset whatever impacts they might be having, supposedly. And if we get to the point where the fee structure is so high, then having fiscal neutrality or not, we won't continue to see growth.
I mean, the downstream of this is that, say we study the feasibility and we realize, oh, we need to push office everywhere.
Correct.
And then, you know,
You're absolutely
we have a great amount of tax revenue and we can pay for lots of things, but we're digging ourselves in a deeper hole for all other issues.
Right. I don't know what to do about this one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just lean heavily on the second sentence, that I feel like it was added to try to get to that. And yeah, I mean, in terms of changes, you could require existing and new development, but that's, I don't know how it really works. I also think practically, Commissioner or Chair Ebnetter is correct. They already feed out the wazoo, so it'd be hard pressed to find any more fees to put on them anyway. There's already, plenty of opportunities to take fees out of it. So to me, I don't love it. It just didn't rise to the level to me of something that was that had to go or had to be changed. So.
It's a boring action that most people will not.
Except for us. Except for us.
Yeah. I'm sorry I don't have an alternative. It rubs me the wrong way, especially since I was pushing it, this concept. Oh well, I'm not going to beat a dead horse.
Okay.
So I don't know, if maybe we can just provide that we have a concern about this fiscal neutrality, and maybe we just add the policy must also consider the city's goals instead of should also, or any policy must, or any fiscal neutrality policy must also consider the city's goals to provide a diverse. How about that?
I'll support the must.
Okay. Okay.
Sure.
Oh, okay.
We got 3.
We got 3.
Thank you. And now I'm done. Sorry to end on such a note.
I will start with the ones that might have a prayer of being approved and finish with the wish list. Policy LU 9.1, which is inclusive outreach. I won't read the paragraph to you all. What I would like to see added in that policy is to include translation for City Council and Planning Commission meetings. This has been discussed in this city for many years. I don't know if any action has ever been taken, but I think if we are going to actually acknowledge people with limited ability of the English language and include them in our decision-making, we need to translate what is said at Council and Planning Commission at the least. Any input?
I have participated in that. I'm just look back at when my kids were in school. We always had Spanish translation when I was on the PTA and involved in school activities. That was very common. We just made it happen. So I think the difficulty is it might not just be Spanish language, and then
It might not be. You're right.
That gets more complicated.
Mhm.
But at my kids' school, that was the case. So we made that happen as a PTA.
Okay.
What section would this be in?
It is Policy Land Use 9.1, inclusive outreach.
So I'm not sure if that's where it should go, but I guess it makes as much sense as anywhere else, that it would include the statement to provide translation services as needed.
That makes sense to me, yes.
Great. Policy LU 10.1, effects of climate change. Again, I won't read you the issue, but what I would like to do is add to the end of that paragraph, add a zoning ordinance as Burlingame, South San Francisco, and East Palo Alto have to address public access, flood, and sea level rise performance guidelines for bayfront developments. I know I just butchered that, but those three cities have ordinances either in place or they're working on them to bring guidance for the bayfront developments, which I do not believe we currently have. Is that right, Zach, or am I wrong?
We don't, but we have a different shoreline context than they do.
We do, correct, yeah. But is it worth, is it in your opinion worth having a zoning ordinance for that part of the city?
May I also ask a question here? How is this different? I thought when we got the one shoreline presentation that there are plans for a sea level rise overlay zone and a groundwater rise overlay zone. So how would this be different?
There already are, this would be a zoning ordinance of what you can or cannot do in those zones. There are already maps that one shoreline has for both stormwater, for flooding and for stormwater and high water tables. They're already present. But Burlingame, East Palo Alto, and South San Francisco have followed up with ordinances on what you can or cannot do on the shoreline. That's the difference.
I believe this is pretty well covered in the sea level rise section and the safety element. In terms of, I mean, we work with one shoreline. I think that's an option we would look at as part of the adaptation
Well,
plan.
the
but
reason-
our context is definitely different than Burlingame's in this.
No,
regard.
it is, you're absolutely right. I'm bringing this forward as a request from One Shoreline. They've asked if we could get this included in our general plan, so.
Our response would be that we would prefer to look at it as part of the adaptation plan because we don't want to necessarily commit to something that maybe is not the most optimal solution to deal with our shoreline context.
Okay, so then could we say explore?
I would encourage that it goes in the sea level rise section in the
Okay.
safety element rather than in the land use section because that's where the other pieces that and that is included in that language in terms of the adaptation plan.
Okay, thank you.
That makes sense.
Let me think. I don't have, I know this has been mentioned and I know it's been discussed. It was discussed at the last general plan subcommittee meeting about certain fees on construction projects. And what that made me think about was the difference in fees that there's great disparity in fees from a commercial property to residential. And the understanding that I have is that residential properties have substantially higher fees than commercial properties do. That might be a simple statement, but that is the way.
Could you say that again? That
which
one's higher?
Residential is considerably higher, the fee structure, than commercial. Thus, it encourages, our fee structure encourages commercial building, which ties into fiscal neutrality also.
I don't know that that's the case. Is it, in my experience?
It is the
We
case.
we discussed it at the general plan subcommittee meeting because I had spoken with a developer who was considering two uses on a piece of land that was zoned mixed use, and they ran a fee schedule for each proposed use and the fully residential project would have paid $9 million more in fees than the mixed-use project.
So, thank you, Seema. So, I think what has become apparent to this commission is that when you have commercial property, commercially zoned property, specifically in downtown, with a residential overlay, the vast majority of the time, the property is developed primarily commercial with a smattering of residential. And to me, that is what's handcuffing us from building more housing downtown. So my suggestion would be, when we look at the fee structure, if the fee structure is looked at, is that we would, the one way to change this would be cut the residential fee by 50% and increase the commercial fee by 50%, essentially performing a zoning change, as the residential then would be the preferred path for development. I'm not expecting this to be in a general plan update, but I think that is one way that the city can start to address their jobs and housing balance and get more housing on areas that are already zoned for housing but are preferred commercial because of the financial benefits. I have one last question, or one last statement, and that is LU.1. Actually, I did have one other before that. In the big ideas, there was a note about how do you support local economy, and this also ties into how do you keep local commercial properties from leaving. So, and there's, to me, local economies there's a direct connection between rent burden residents and local economies. Our residents some of our residents are paying up to 60% of their income for rent. That money is siphoned off the top of our local economy and taken away. It disappears. Wherein, if we had better protection for renters and we had more affordable housing, their dollars are going to be spent locally. They are going to be recycled through the economy 4 or 5 times, and it is a boon to the local economy. I think we need to realize that our local merchants suffer because of rent increases that are so exorbitant, rent-burdened people, and the inability to pay our workers a decent wage, of course. And I think renter protection is a direct connection to local economies stabilizing and flourishing. The last statement that I have is land use 1, which is I won't read you the item, but the inclusion of R1 neighborhoods in the study areas is required by state law, has been requested by numerous citizens and all the nonprofit housing advocacy entities. Through the public's vision and value statements of inclusivity, equality of life, and bringing the community together are the core of the plan. The exclusion of R1 neighborhoods will only keep us segregated and divided as a city going forward. Our vision and values cannot be met under these restrictions. And to me, that completely ties into our choices of where we are putting housing in areas that are not appropriate for people to live. We have continued to exclude vast parts of our city, and the effects are reverberating through this whole general plan. My solution, and I do not expect this to be forwarded to the city council, would be to upzone all R1 neighborhoods to a level somewhat higher than SB 9, say 5 units or more on a lot, as long as they forego a lot split. Such an ordinance could be implemented, and each district could choose to opt out at the cost of a yearly fee on each property to be used for low-cost housing elsewhere in the city. I really think that this general plan is a great general plan, and I think there's a tremendous amount of excitement and hope that we can become what our vision statement says. But until we are able to actually integrate our city, completely integrate our city with our housing, our schools, our places of worship, our parks, we're not going to accomplish our visions. And I think actually, because of the restrictions we've put in place, our long-term goals of inclusivity and equality will not be met. So I really wanted to see if I could get a couple of those into the general plan. Now I forget which one as I read. Sorry, you guys. Okay, include translation for city council and planning commission meetings. Does
That was the one we all supported, I think.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I hope was going to get that one. Okay, we'll forget the zoning ordinance. And that's it. I don't have any other requests myself. So do we have?
Chair, would it be useful for me to read? There's 19 that we had at least 3 votes on, 19 recommendations to city council. Would it be helpful for me to read them all at once?
Oh, I don't know if that's necessary. Zach, you've got your list going also. Have you numbered them?
I have not numbered them, but I've been keeping them going with check marks when they had a majority consensus.
And if
I know our team is taking notes.
And can it be distributed by emails, Seema? Would that be, if you've noted them, Seema, could you email them? Rather than,
I
rather
could,
than reading them?
I mean, I won't email them to planning commission, but I can email them to staff.
That's what I meant.
Yeah, if you want to email them, we can double check.
Perfect. Cool.
Yep.
Any other statements or concerns? It's now Wednesday.
Just want to thank staff again. It's an enormous effort, and this document is really impressive.
Yep.
And all of those that are working on the committee as well.
Yeah. Great. Do we have any announcements? In that vein, I will close the meeting. Thank you, Seema.
Thank you.
See you soon.
You don't have to get up so soon.